الجمهورية في عدالة ومساواة.
بينك والأيام خطوة طويلة شيدناها في الآمال شيدناها في الآمال والعشر النبيلة صرت برواها الأيام حناني صرت برواها الأيام حناني عريت لقاها اخترت أماني الروضة ابتساها
سلام يا دكتور ان شاء الله انت كويس. مرحبا بكم وسلام يا دكتور سامويل، ان شاء الله انت كويس يا اخي. سعيدين جدا نشوفك. شول سلامات. شول مرحبا بك. ايمانويل ابو سلامات. سايمون سلام عليكم. جاستن مرحبا بكم جميعا. اوليفر السلام عليكم، مرحبا بكم. ويا ريت تعملوا شير لايف، اعملوا شير للايف لعدي ما ينضم لنا الضيوف بتاعتنا. عندنا حلقه مهمه، عندنا حلقه مهمه الليله. اعملوا شير للايف يا ريت، يعني كل زول موجود اعمل شير للايف لعدي ما ينضم لنا الضيوف بتاعتنا.
في أيام قليلة
بيني وبينك والأيام، بيني وبينك والأيام، الصبر طويلة
وليلة ازيك؟ سلام وليلة، ان شاء الله انت كويسة. بشرتي سلامات، بشرتي يا لطيف ازيك؟ مولانا سابق السلام، ان شاء الله انت كويس. مرحبا بكم. السلام عليكم.
في خيالي
مرحبا بكم جميعا. اعملوا شير للايف، اعملوا شير.
في خيالي ألحق في جروح أسرار المحنة تعذب وبي.
السلام عليكم، مرحبا بكم جميعا مشاهدين منبر صوت الشعب. مرحبا بكم، مساء الخير وصباح الخير أينما كنتم. Good morning, good evening, the viewers of the voice of the people. You are highly welcome to the show. سعيدين جدا إنه نحن نرحب بكم. والليلة طبعا في الحلقة بتاعتنا هنا هنتواصل في حلقة دينا بديناه الأسبوع الفات، لكن الحلقة يعني بتاع الليلة بياخد طابع يعني مختلف شوية في شكل القضايا في محور بتاعتنا ذاتها في القضية. لكن قبل ما نحن نخش في القضية بتاع الحلقة كجزء من الحلقة ذاتها، نحن هنتكلم عن الراهن السياسي في جنوب السودان والوضع الدائر الآن في جنوب السودان، موضوع بتاع الولايات واحتمال البلد ممكن يعود للحرب وما بيعود للحرب. انا بتمنى، انا منتظر من المتحدثين يدخلوا بعد ذاك نحن كل الاسئله انا اطرحها للمتحدثين ان شاء الله في الحلقه بتاع الليله. قبل ما نحن نبدا في المحور بتاعنا الاساسي نعمل brainstorming and about the political situation, the current political situation in the country before we start our topic tonight. Actually, the current political situation is part of our topic, but before we go deep to the topic, we'll start to analyze what's going on in the country and where are we going now as a people of South Sudan. What is going to happen? We will discuss this tonight. ماشي يحصل شنو ونحن نوريكم what is going to happen في الأيام الجاية. let's wait for the speakers. الليلة طبعا عندنا السفير إمانويل أجاوين متحدث عندنا في المنبر، كذلك عندنا مولانا ميان دengdit، وأيضا عندنا دكتور فرانسيس مارشيلو، وعندنا أخونا كيادي كليتو، وأيضا عندنا أخونا مولانا تريزا جوبي. عندنا 5 متحدثين في الحلقه بتاعت الليله ان شاء الله، فخليكم معنا ان شاء الله. نحن كلنا هنستمتع بالحلقه. اتمنى من المتحدثين ينضموا لنا في الاستديو. مولانا تريزا موجود، هي يعني دائما خواجيه بتلتزم بالمواعيد. ثانك يو مولانا for coming joining us early. اتمنى من بعض المتحدثين، انا ارسلت لكم لينك في خاص. الناس التانيين طبعا الناس الدايرين يتداخلوا بعدين بعد ما نحن نستضيف المتحدثين، نحن نقوم نديكم الفرص ان شاء الله اذا بقى لسه عندنا وقت. لكن نحن اول ما I'm not going to share the link ومعليش we will share it after ان نحن نخلص مع المتحدثين الرسميين. For share the video please and let's wait for the speakers to join us. نخليكم مع ورد شويه.
علقتك بربك
share the video please, share the
بيني وبينك والأيام، بيني وبينك والأيام،
انا شايف سفير إمانويل أتمنى ميان سلامات كايدا سلامات
طالت ليالي جارت علينا طالت ليالي جارت علينا
خلينا نسلم على ناسنا الناس بتاع السودان وكذلك جنوب السودان والناس الموجودين في الشرق الأوسط في الوطن العربي جمهورية مصر العربية ناس دكتورة جوي سلامات وغايلام ودلويز من السودان سيستا ميلبون إسبون سلام عليكم جميعا مرحبا بكم وإن شاء الله الليلة تستمتعوا بحلقة إن شاء الله إن شاء الله يعني وي هوب إنه المشاهدين تستمتعوا وأعملوا شير للحلقة اللايف وأنا منتظر المتحدثين أتمنى إنه يعني على الأقل يلتزموا لنا بالزمن لأنه الجنوبيين sometime ما بيلتزموا بالزمن وأنا ما داير نطرح أي قضية قبل ما أنا داير المتحدثين كلهم يكونوا موجودين في استديو بعدها هنا بنبدأ الحلقة هنتكلم عن الراهن السياسي مع المتحدثين هنطرح له سؤال نحلل الوضع الماشي هسه في جنوب السودان ماشي لوين وبعدها هنا هنخش في توبيك وجزء من التوبيك يعني بالنسبة لي وجزء من القضايا الأساسية اللي عنده علاقة بالليدرشيب في جنوب السودان قضية بتاع وجود قيادة في البلد وكده يعني عنده علاقة وطيدة مع الحلقة ناقشناها الأسبوع الفاتت يوم الاثنين ونهنا اللي هي مواصلة بتاع الليلة كلها يعني متواصلة مع البعض فأنا أتمنى إنه المتحدثين هم يكونوا على الأقل يعني ملتزمين برضو بالزمن السفير إيمانويل أجاوين ومولانا ميان ودكتور فرانسيس مارشيلو
أنتنا روح واحدة تجينا قول العواجب سيبك سيبك ما علينا
مرحبا بك مولانا ميان انا شايفك انت وجيد نتحد مرحبا بك ويلكم تو ذا شو باقي لنا 3 نفر من المتحدثين اتمنى باقي مولانا ايمانويل اجاوين Francis is saying you are unable. Francis, please copy the link and paste the link to your browser. Francis, عمل copy the link and paste it in your browser. أنا ما أعرف إنت قاعد تستخدم شنو. No, Francis, if it Francis إنت لو سامعني أنت خاشي بسفاري. Safari will not let you in. Please use the Google Chrome. Francis إنت لو قاعد تسمعني use the Google Chrome. Don't use the Safari. Safari actually into technical with camera is not supported. So use the Google Chrome. إنت لو سامعني. أنا ما أعرف لو أنت سامعني فرانسيس. كل المتحدثين كان دكتور فرانسيس سفير إيمانويل أجاوين وكذلك أخذنا كيادي كليتو أفتكر ما بكون في مشكلة مع الدكتور السفير إيمانويل لأنه ورد قاعد يجي عادي مولانا ميان موجود وسيستر تريزا موجود الباقي دكتور فرانسيس وكيادي كيادي إنت لو قاعد تسمعني ودكتور فرانسيس أعملوا كوبي اللينك أنا رسلته لكم ده and paste it في البراوزر بتاعك paste it in Google Chrome الناس اللي قاعدين those are using iPhone, it will not work with you when trying to open the link in Safari. ما راح يشتغل معك. So the best option for you to work, just copy the link and paste it in your Google Chrome and will bring you normal. هيجيبك عادي يعني. Yeah. So let us wait. أنا مولانا تريزا موجود ومولانا ميان موجود. مرحبا بكم مشاهدين للمرة الثانية. أمور بجوك سلامات. إن شاء الله أنتوا كويس يا أموري بجوك. Sometimes بالمناسبة I like your comment and your intelligence also. Sometimes يعني قبل الشو الفادي تسألت السؤال، يعني سؤال كان مهم جدا في جانب من البرزنتيشن أنا ما كنت عملته، وشكلك أنت انتبهت للحتة ده شديد. انتبهت للحتة ده شديد. So thank you so much أموري بجوك. يا مرحبا بكم. خلونا نرحب بالمتحدثين. لسه نحن منتظرين السفير مانويل أجاوين وكذلك دكتور فرانسيس وكيادي. لو انضم لنا 3 نفرين منهم نحن will start the show actually.
الناس تفرق تمنعنا التلاقي. الناس تفرق تمنعنا التلاقي.
دكتور نوي شكرا لك مشارك.
البلد يحرق ويزيد اشتياقي. مسافر بشرقي مسافر بيرك وين.
بيني وبينك والأيام، بيني وبينك والأيام طويلة. بيتنا بالأمان، بيتنا
بيني وبينك والأيام، بيني وبينك والأيام تصفق طويلة. سيدناها بالآمال، سيدناها بالآمال والعشرة النبيلة.
مرحبا.
مساء النور.
تريزا ميان فرانسيس سلامات.
عليكم السلام باشمهندس.
فرانسيس سامعني؟
أنا سامعك.
تريزا
يا أنا سامعك بس أنا عاملة ميوت. يا أهلا بكم دكتور فرانسيس ومولانا ميان ديد.
أهلا وسهلا تريزا and مولانا ميان.
أهلا فرانسيس.
So I'm the only one from a different island. Yeah.
دكتور.
From which island?
Which island?
أنا ما مولانا يعني الجماعة كلهم مولانا.
يا أخي شيل الألغاب ده برا ذاته، خلينا أسمانا العادية.
أنا يعني شكلنا أن إحنا ظاهرين وانين نبدأ الشو. مفروض مولانا إيمانويل يكون موجود وأخذنا كيادي كليتو هي ما انضمت لنا، لكن دكتور نووي شكلها في ريبيت. يا ريت لو كل زول عمل ميوت لنفسه ويفتح لما هنا نديه الفرصه. يا فرانسيس مالك فرانسيس انا شايف نزل تحت. اللي انا داير اقوله انه المفروض ان احنا نكون كلنا المتحدثين طبعا حسب النقاش بتاعنا في الاسبوع الماضي. عندنا 5 متحدثين هم مولانا تريزا ومولانا ميان دكتور فرانسيس والسفير إيمانويل أجاوين، وكنا كايدي كليتو شكلها يعني زي ما انا رسلت لها اللينك ما عملت كومنت، لكن احتمال كبير دكتور نيوي ممكن ينضم لنا. انا رسلت له اللينك. she will join us shortly. لو هي انضمت لنا نحن برضه هنستضيفها في الاستديو. خليني ارحب بكم. وقبل ان احنا طبعا الحلقه بتاعتنا حسب النقاش بتاعنا في الاسبوع اللي فات كان ما هو النظام السياسي المناسب لحكم دولة جنوب السودان، النظام الفدرالي أو المركزي. أنا أفتكر عملنا تحديلات مع الدكتور فرانسيس، كان عنده رأي في شكل التحديل. عملنا تحديل في شكل العنوان الفاتت وطلعناه بشكل الحسة الشكل العنوان الموجود الآن. لكن اللي أنا داير أديها برضو إنه شكلنا في الحلقة الفاتت أن إحنا اتفقنا على إنه النظام الفدرالي هي النظام المناسب لجنوب السودان. دكتور فرانسيس والسفير إيمانويل برضو كان في طلب إنه we need to repeat الحلقة تانية، لأنه في قضايا هنا ما قسمناه. كنا دايرين نشخص عرفنا إنه النظام المناسب في جنوب السودان هو النظام الفدرالي، لكن ما هي المشكلة؟ هل المشكلة في مثلا في مشكلة في كلام بيتقال إنه المشكلة في القيادة، ما عندنا قيادة سياسية، في مشكلة بتاع قيام مؤسسات وكده. أن هنا هنتواصل في الحلقة، لكن قبل أن هنا ما نتواصل في الحلقة أنا داير نخش معاكم ونناقش الوضع الداير الآن في جنوب السودان الرهن السياسي. وقبل ما أنا نطرح لكم أقول الماشي يصل اللي أنا دايره منكم، السؤال أنا دايره منكم في الوضع هسه قبل ما نحلله، خلينا ندي كل زول منكم دقيقتين يرحب أو دقيقة مثلا يسلم على المشاهدين ويرحب بهم. خلينا نبدأ بأخونا مولانا تريزا.
أولا أنا بشكرك أخوي إدوار، وبشكر كل الضيوف الموجودين في الاستوديو، وبحيي الفيوز اللي بيشاهدونا تحت. وأنا دار أشكرهم حقيقة، هم ياهو بيجملوا البرامج دي اللي إحنا دائما بنكون مواصلين فيها. ودار أشكرك برضو، أنت اخترت كلام الإنجليزي بيقول شنو ladies first. مرحب بأخوتنا كايدي سؤال. أنا دار أشكرك أخوي إدوار، لأنه ده الموضوع المهم جدا إنه إحنا نتكلم عنه، بالذات فيما يخص نظام الحكم، لأنه الطريقة البلد بتاعنا ماشي فيه مشكلة إنه تحديد نظام الحكم في حد نفسه يعني قاعد يحدد يعني الاستابيليتي بتاع البلد بتاعنا، وبجانب ياهو برضه كمان اللي هو الليدرشيب. فأنا بشكرك هنا وبدي فرصة لبعض الإخوة.
شكرا لك سيستر تريزا. خلينا برضه نرحب بأخونا أستاذة كايدي، وأنا ببدأ بيجي يا كايدي طوالي. Tonight ladies first, then the gentlemen will come after ladies. So let me give you a chance to introduce yourself and greet the viewers. تفضل. Unmute yourself, yeah.
Okay, shukran kathir, Edward. I'm so happy to be here. It's been a while since I participated in your show. Hi, Tereza and Mayen Dengdit. It's nice to see you all. Hello, viewers. This is a very important discussion that has been going on for the last 2 shows that Edward has been doing, and it's very important for us to talk about the type of governance that is good for our country. عشان في حاجات كتير طبعا، والناس بتشوف مثلا الحاجات المشاكل اللي بتحصل مرات منه الناس بيفضلوا في نظام محدد من حكم ممكن هيكون لنا أفضل لو نفذناه. So I'm glad to be here once again, and thank you for recognizing women, and it's almost Mother's Day for us here tomorrow also.
شكرا جزيلا. واخدنا سيستا كيادي، طولت مننا شويه لكن انت من ضمن الناس المتابعين الثابتين وتعليقاتك طبعا انا قاعد نقرا those of fighters. So مرحبا بك في الشو. انا ما اعرف فرانسيس دروب داون. اي هوب انه فرانسيس هيجي راجع، وكذلك المولانا ايمانويل. مشاعر ناس الافريقيا بيقولوا انه مشكله في الزمن. نعم انا هنا بان عارف انه في مشكله في الزمن، فا I will try انه الشو بتاعت كل الاثنين ان شاء الله نرجعه بالنهار عشان نديكم فرصه برضه انه انتوا تقدر تشاهدوا اللايف. I will try to do that. فليت نمشي لمولانا ميان. تفضل.
Hello, Kaidi and the viewers. أول حاجة أنا داير أقول إنه يعني نحن the intention اللي عندنا is to bring peace to South Sudan. There is no other negative intention. The main intention is to bring peace to our country through good governance, and we are also stakeholders, irrespective of whether we belong to political organizations. The common denominator, القاسم المشترك بيننا, is that we are citizens of this country, and citizenship gives you the right to criticize and to talk about all these things that are part of today's topic. And finally, الجيل المؤسس لجنوب السودان. There is no other. يعني أنا الجيل الأول، الجيل المؤسس. Whether you are in government or in opposition or in a refugee camp, أنت جزء من الجيل المؤسس لدولة جنوب السودان. Then it gives you the right to talk about the right foundation for this country. Thank you for bringing these topics, and we will continue talking. Social media has been so instrumental in that, and I see these days government officials have seen that they are losing ground to what they call social media warriors, and it is a different age. They have to reach the people. If they cannot reach the people, then we will reach the people, but we will reach the people with good intentions. Thank you.
شكرا لك. Thank you مولانا ميان. خلينا نرحب بمولانا إيمانويل أجاوين. Ambassador, welcome to the show. So before we proceed, let me give you your 2 minutes also to greet the audience. مرحبا.
Yes, thank you, Bajmahandis. I am honored to be here with you in the studio, and also to see my dear colleagues who are here with me. I greet you all. I also greet the audience who are faithfully also watching tonight or evening, depending where they are. And we hope that we're going to have a very interactive, informative, and intellectual discussion on the issues that we have put today as the topic for today. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيد السفير إيمانويل أجاوين. أنا داير أنوه برضو للمتحدثين إنه كل زول هو حر إنه يختار اللغة اللي بيتحدث به. But I will actually keep my ground في إنه كل حاجة عندي هنا ده الأسئلة حقتي أنا عشان المشاهدين. I will try to keep them في عربي. أنا زي ما أنا قلت قبل شوية إنه خلينا نرحب بكم كلكم في الاستديو، وزي ما كلكم أنتوا ذكرتوا إنه النقاش بتاع الليلة هيكون عنده شكل. مرحبا بك دكتور كواجي. I hope you will join also. Yeah, you are welcome to join us later. Welcome to the show. أنا ما أعرف فرانسيس معلومة رجع، لكن let us we are going to proceed ahead. هو بنضم لنا كان جاء خاشي. أنا قبل إن هنا ما نخش نواصل في الحلقة، أنا قد ذكرت قبل شوية إنه هنا دايرين ننظر للواقع السياسي الدائر اليوم في جنوب السودان. بتحديد كلنا نكون متابعين إنه في اجتماع بتاع الرئاسة قبل يومين طلعوا بقرار، وإنه اللوكيشن بتاع الستيت هم اتفقوا عليه، ونحن we shared the statement. نحن عملنا share الستيتمنت. أنا ما أعرف تريزا what happening with you. ثبت الكاميرا بتاعك. فقبله يعني بتقريبا ساعة ولا ساعتين و3 ساعات later on الIO دكتور رياض مشار they came out with the statement انهم هم ما جزء من الحاجة اللي حصل. اللي هنا ما قدرنا نلتمس انه المحضر بتاع الاجتماع ما we did not reach to uncopy بالفعل لانه what we had انه دكتور رياض مشار he did not finish the meeting لما الناس وصلوا he walk out from the meeting. بعد ده حصل. انا قبل ما ده كله ونخش نطرح لكم سؤال. لو انتم كنتوا متابعين كلنا اننا كنا متابعين و اننا اتكلمنا عن الماشي يحصل في الفتره الجايه بعد تكوين الحكومه الانتقاليه. انا بذكر الشو اللي انا عملته في اليوم اللي حصل فيه اعلان اداء القسم انا عملت الشو وبعده بالكم يوم برضو انا عملت الشو انه دكتور ياغ مشار في فتيل هو يكون في فتيل داخل المؤسسه بتاعت الرئاسه. الناس كثير طبعا ما يستمعوا لي حتى يوم ذاك الشو كان بنهار الشباب بتاع رايو في السودان كلهم كانوا قاعدين يشاهدوا الشو ناس برلوك they start writing down يا ادوارد ما تستعجل وشنو قلت له no this is reading ده قرايتي الماشي يحصل لانه لو انتوا كلنا انا الموضوع ده مهم جدا عشان هنا ندي فرص للناس امباسادور وباقي الناس المشاهدين. لو انتوا انا ناس كنا متابعين from the beginning انه المؤسسه بتاعت الرئاسه بتكون من 5 نفر. ال5 نفر دكتور ياك مشار براو هو وكلامنا انا قلته في الشو وإيمانويل أجاوين زي السفير برضه يوم ذاك في الشو he came out and Tereza we talk about this انه المؤسسه بتاع الرئاسه حسب الاتفاقيه. وقبل ما انا اديكم فرصه انا داير اقرا بنود عشان هنا الصوره تكون واضحه للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان what is going to happen وبوزيشن بتاع الدكتور ياك مشار وبعدها هنا بنتوقع شنو ممكن يحصل خلال هذا الصراع. لو انتم لاحظتوا from the beginning اتكلمنا انه سوا حكومه اشتغلت شغل قوي جدا وقدر يطلع سوا منهم كانوا في السودان. they paid money واثر عليهم وشقوا نازل وفي النهايه لما مشوا جوا قراراتهم كلهم كان ماشي تجاه بتاع الحكومه حتى الاختيار بتاع النائب كير اختار النائب. نياندين اصلا ممثل المقعد بتاع FDs وده من ضمن الحاجات اللي خلت انه الاتفاق انا مو بقدر يتحفظ اتفاقيه في الخرطوم والنازل قسموا نص وديل مشوا جوا ونياندين اوريدي مشوا ورجعوا عملوا عمليه بتاع الاندماج. نقطه مهم جدا للمشاهدين في الشعب جنوب السودان اننا مهم نثبت الكلام ده. النازل مشى رجعوا ووقعوا عروشه يعني مشى رجعوا ثاني بعروشه ورجعوا في المؤتمر العقد بتاع الحركه الشعبيه they joined back together. طبعا ده جاي انضم للحركه الشعبيه اعلن نفسه رسميا انه تابع للحركه الشعبيه. معناه في المؤسسه بتاعت الرئاسه دي كلها لو انتم لاحظتوا يا مشاهدين تاع منبر صوت الشعب رئيس كير وانيجا هو زول بتاع الحركه الشعبيه IG SPLM IG طبعا دين زول بتاع SPLM IG ماما نياندين زول بتاع SPLM IG حسين عبد الباقي ده زول بتاع SPLM IG يعني ديل بسموهم كيزان زمان انه الاعزاء بتاع التوالي المتوالين للنظام. والناس الثانيين ديل OOPP ديل ما موجودين في مؤسسه بتاع الرئاسه. فده شكل بتاع مؤسسه بتاع الرئاسه. طيب قبل يوم واحد انا النقطه ده مهم للمشاهدين. يوم 1 شهر 5 يوم 1 شهر 5 الرئيس بتاع الجمع أغوستينو كتب خطاب للرئيس كير. الخطاب ده قاعد عندي بس انا ما نشرته قبل في الشو انا ما نشرت الخطاب لكن في المنبر في منبر بتاع صوت الشعب لانه انا استلمت الخطاب في الوقت متاخر شويه لقيت انه الخطاب أغوستين جريدو هو رسل خطاب لكير يوم 1 شهر 5 ده الخطاب انا افتكر ما يقول لك but I will share it later on. في الخطاب الأغوستين رسله للكير هو اشار ل5 نقاط لكن في conclusion هو قال الراي بتاعه هو كالرئيس بتاع الجمع هو قاعد يقول هنا I humbly propose that the allocation of the state and local government among the parties shall be as follows. The IT Nkono 5 state اللي هو إيجاد they mention إنه حكومة كيرا ياخد. أنا داير مشاهدين تمام لأنه في شيتين حصل في قرار بتاع أخير جا طلع في شيتين. أنا دايركم عشان تركزوا الكلام اللي قالوا جيما اللي هو قال جسم قاعد يمثل إيجاد والقرار طلع بتاع الحكومة. الإيجاد طلع إنه حكومة RT Gono عندهم 5 state and 2 administrative areas اللي هو كير. يعني إيجاد وصوا إنه رأيهم إنه كير ياخد 5 ولايات وياخد إداريتين. ليه؟ لأنه عندك 8 هناك وعندك 5 في الراوندينج اب حتى في الرياضيات. يعني بتكون انا ما اعرف كون نازل داري يجيو معادله جديده في الرياضيات في جنوب السودان، لكن يعني انت لو مسكت شوف ال5 و8. So it's very simple for us to drop ال5 and we take 8 ده we round it up to be 1 اللي هو بدا الناس others OPPB. So هنا هم قالوا الناس الجيما قالوا انه the IO SPLM IO they will take 3 state and 1 administrative area. SOA will take 1 and state and OPP 1 state. ده رأي بتاع إيجاد. مش الخطاب ده كان مونن للرئيس كير الديت يوم 1 أبريل 2020 يوم 1 أبريل. أنا قبل أنا قلت يوم 1/5. يعني الخطاب ده مشى يوم 1 أبريل من إيجاد من جيمك للرئيس كير و they have copy of that statement. لو انتوا الناس مشاهدين بتاعت المنبر والشعب بتاع جنوب السودان رجعتوا للورقه طلع من الرئيس كير، حكومه رفض، هو شال 6 وادى دكتور ياغمشان 3 وادى سوا 1 وما نسوا other political parties. Later on other political parties they came out with the statement انهم لو هم المقعد بتاعهم ده ما رجعهم لهم هم بينسحبوا من الاتفاقيه. We have that خطاب كلكم الناس الموجودين في المنبر الخطاب ده عندكم. النقطه المهم قبل ما نديكم فرص اللي هي اللي انا داير الناس تصلوا ده موقف بتاع الايجاد. خلينا نرجع للاتفاقيه الماده 7/11 وكذلك الماده 1/9/6/1/7/2 ده المواد في اتفاقيه انا داير نستند عليهم قبل ما نواصل ونديكم الفرصه. في المواد دي كان انت مسكت مثلا الماده 7/11 بقول بعد تاسيس الحكومه الوحده الوطنيه المنشطه لجنوب السودان. انا ممكن اقراه انجليزي برضه انا كاتبه بعربي، عندي انا بقراه بعربي. بعد ذاك ناس مانويل will pick up from there. بعد تاسيس حكومه الوحده الوطنيه المنشطه لجنوب السودان يتفق الطرفان على انه في حاله حدوث اي طريق مسدود زي اللي حصل هسه يجب على المفوضيه المشتركه المعاده تشكيل للرصد والتقييم اختراع تدابير لحل الجمود. هو بيخترعوا تدابير لحل الجمود. ده اتفاقيه كده. كير وقع على الاتفاقيه، رياك وقع عليه، شانسون وقع عليه، وعدس الناس الثانيين وقعوا عليه. وفي حاله وده المعادله الجبال الورقه بتطلبوا الجيمك للحكومه بتاعت اخترعوا الجمود الموجود اوريدي يفترض يلتزموا بقرار بتاعت الجيمك. ليه؟ لانه الاتفاقيه قالت كده في حاله انه كير ورياك مشار وباقي الاطراف الثانيه ما قدروا يصلوا للاتفاق الهمنه برجعوا الكيس ده منه للجيمك. بعد ذاك الجيمك بيخترع انه كيف يطلعوا برا من النقطه ده. وفي حاله فشل اي اطراف في الامتثال لتوصيات مفوضيه المشتركه المعاده تشكيل للرصد والتقييم لكسر الجمود سيقوم مفوضيه المشتركه بمعاده تشكيل للرصد والتقييم باحاله مساله الى الضامنين. بيرجع معنا والمساله ده بيرجعوا للناس اللي قاعد. وهنا ده انتوا بتلاحظوا انه التوصيات اللي قدم بها الجيمك حكومه ما يشتغل بها، حكومه ده دروب داون النسبه بتاعت العدس بوليتيكال بارتيز بفهم انه ده التنظيمات موالي له. وده كلام الزمان يا مولانا قاعد نقوله انه انت تنظيم سياسي لازم تقيف عندك مواقف. حكومه الان ما قاعد تحترم التنظيمات السياسيه الثانيه ليه؟ لانه قاعد تفتكر انه ديل ناس تابعين له او ازيال بتاعه. خليني نقرا اخر حاجه في اتخاذ القرار داخل المؤسسه بتاعت الرئاسه، لانه النقطه ده مهم جدا. الماده اتخاذ القرار النقطه ده مهم جدا وناس القانون بعدين انا دايركم برضه الكويس ان ثلاثه في الشو فوق هنا ده كلكم ناس قانون. اتخاذ القرار في المؤسسه بتاع الرئاسه. اتخاذ القرار الماده 1/9/6/1/2 بيقول الاتي: يسعى الرئيس والنائب الاول والنواب الرئيس للتوصل الى اتفاق في الامور ذات الطابع الاداري التنفيذي، وفي حاله فشل يتم التوصل الى قرار بموافقه 4 منهم على الاقل. بموافقه 4 منهم على الاقل. لو مولانا مانويل وميان لو ناس محتاجين I can bring it بإنجليزي لكن I think is enough all of us we can take it from there. إذا هلا يعني إذا المؤسسة بتاع الرئاسة هم يعني ما قدر يتفقوا يعني يتم يا خلينا نقرا ماده 1/9/6/1 قاعد اقول الاتي: يتم اتخاذ القرار في الرئاسه بالروح التعاون المشترك. يعني كل القرارات اللي بيتم اتخاذها في المؤسسه بتاع الرئاسه لازم يكون بالروح بتاع التعاون المشترك، كلهم بيتفقوا عليه. لكن في حاله انه ما قدر يتفقوا ده بالروح بتاع التعاون المشترك ده، بنمشي للماده اللي بعده اللي هو 1/9/6/1/2. طوال انه الاربعه الناس دول بيصوتوا، ولا الاقل الاربعه دول لازم يتوافقوا. والنقطه دي يا مولانا لو انت لاحظت رياض مشار بيكون قاعد براو تاباندين إيسين ماما نياندين واني دول كلهم بيصوتوا ضد رياض مشار. كده قبل ما انا نسالكم عن اننا متوقعين شنو، خلينا ندي كل زول 7 دقائق، ولو في زياده نبدي خلينا نبدا بالسفير إمانويل أجاوين. What are you saying, Sir Safir?
Thank you, Baj Mahandis Edward. I think the issue here is actually has to do with political will. أنا ما شفت لي اتفاق when you implementing it and you still negotiating it. ده بيجي ما اتفاق، ده بيجي كلام ساكت. لأنه what is supposed to be there is only implementation. Now الحاجة الثانية المحير الناس is what came up in terms of the equation. Okay, how do you divide a state? A state is like a country, is like a human being. You are a whole as one. You cannot divide a state as 0.08. It doesn't make any sense. Okay? Then what does wilaya 0.2.7 mean? Wala wilaya 3 point haja. Ma indu maana. Okay? For this I said before, بإنه جزاجة في حد ذاته جنون. بإنه أنتوا تتفقوا وتمضوا لحاجة زي ده. To me, that is self-defeating. When you can sign an agreement where a state is divided into fraction, 0.08, 1 point something. That is actually madness. A state is holistic. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that these issues should have been resolved in the negotiating table. These issues should have already been negotiated in the negotiating table, where people agree how many states you should have and which state also to have. But this thing was kept vague. We kept vague with the intention, especially I know Michael McQuay. And I know him. He's a very smart lawyer, by the way. He may be sounding so, uncontrollable. But Michael McQuay is all shattered, And what I've realized في المحادثات, Michael McQuay will try to trap people into legal vagueness. والمشكلة المعارضة يعني تجاه الثاني بيكون ما عندهم كوادر قانونيين. And that's the problem. لأنه الجنوبيين they are jack of all trade and master of none. تلقى زول اقتصادي وزول دكتور طبي وده يجي يتكلم لك عن القانون. شفتها؟ And he thinks he knows قانون more than المحامي. فأنت بتلقى ناس بمشوا في المحادثات وما عندهم ناس قانونيين. شفتها؟ عشان يعني for them to consult with. So what Michael McQuay does, he keep these vague agreements. شفتها? Later on, when it comes to implementation, you have what you have today. So what I'm trying to say is basically, there's a lack of political will. لأن لو كان في political will رغبة سياسية لتنفيذ الاتفاق كان ما وصلنا للمحل اللي وصلنا فيها. الحاجة الثانية I would like to comment on. Dr. Rial may have a point in terms of the legality, yes, and in terms of the article that you have talked about. By ليه رياض مش للاجتماع. Okay? يعني رياض حسب بيقول بإنه مجلس الرئاسة they have no right to discuss on issues of number of states. Okay? Now if that is the case, then Rial should have absented himself from the meeting. أنا متأكد وأنا على يقين بأنه اجتماعات الرئاسة الأجندة بخطوة مقدما. They always present the political agenda of the meeting in advance. Rial would have already gotten the agenda of the meeting that he's going to, the presidency. Now, if the agenda in the meeting says that we are going to discuss the state locations, Rial should have said, no, I will not join that meeting because this is not the right, forum. It's not the presidency that has to discuss it. But Rial went. Rial went to the meeting. Okay. Now, when he went to the meeting, he realized in the discussion, according to my information, that he's outnumbered. As you said earlier, Baj Mahandis, you said it many times, Molana said it, and many of us, that Riyasat Jamhuriya da المتكون ده من 6 نفر ده وصلت تنفر, as you put it correctly. كلهم حزب واحد. okay, including Riek Machar Celto, you know. Yeah? IO, SPLM IO, Samam nas IGAD when they were trying to sit down with Riek and Hukuma Galo Khalazuntu, you were SPLM in opposition. Riek Machar man nafsi SPLM IO anyway. It's not Riek who invented it. It's the IGAD, you know. So in the Telga في الرئاسة الجمهورية in the presidency, Salva Kiir has already, there are 5 of them. So Riek can do nothing in the presidency. But if it comes to decision making, Riek will be out. Lano, the 5 will team together. And also not only that, Baj Mahandis, see how Riek also, you know, was actually part of this problem. When the vice presidency were picked, they raised a voice that the picking up of the presidency was illegal. What did Riek do? Riek kept quiet. Riek second.
statement.
He didn't make any statement. He was comfortable with it. As long as it does not touch the IO, he's okay. The intended purpose of bringing Hussein and the rest is actually to make President Kiir so powerful within the presidency.
Exactly.
Who second? He didn't see that point. Riek second. The ministers were appointed. Did Riek say anything? They did not say anything. He kept quiet. Okay. Now, Ukidja, Zaman allocation to the state, this is when now he realizing that no, things are going wrong. Things have been going wrong, my dear brothers and sisters, from the day one, you know, of the implementation of the agreement. Min hukuma, things have started going wrong. That's the stand they should have put a stop to it. Forum, we suggested, when you're part of the agreement, it does not that you have much, okay? You have the right also to abstain from it. We suggested many times when there was a deadlock that the Toriak should actually freeze the activities of the SPLM-IO, you know, in the government. SPLM in Alfeno when the NCP disagreed with the SPLM decided to recall its ministers to South Sudan. I hope many of you remember this.
Yes, I remember. We remember. Yes.
They recalled the ministers and froze the activities. Bashir has to, you know, reverse whatever he was doing for the SPLM to come and participate. So Riek has been put in a weak position. Okay, he has been put in a weak position. Every time there's something wrong, he complained to IGAD. IGAD hayamul shunu yani. What will IGAD do? You know, IGAD nina arfinu kwez. IGAD is part and parcel of the hukumta Jnub Sudan. IGAD fi jebum. Okay, Jnub Sudan udu fi IGAD. وكديجي المحادثات وكديجي اي نقاش بتاع الموضوع اللي بخص جنوب السودان تلقى جنوب قاعد في المنصه مناسيقات سوا, you know, يعني he is also part of the conflict and is also, you know, the judge at the same time. So IGAD cannot do anything. IGAD is saying Junubin hillu mashakilkum. Now Riek has made a mistake. To cut the long story short, Riek shouldn't have accepted to go to the meeting. The fact that he went to the meeting, anything else we are talking about in terms of the powers, it makes it null and void. Lano in law, there's something called implied and there's something called express. Okay, implied, those are the laws that you set up, like what you have read now, the article. Those are implied. You have to stick on it. Like in the law machine, okay, then this is actually, you know, is implied. What the laws you have quoted is express. I'm mixing the other way. The laws you have quoted is what we call the express, you know, express legal terms. But implied is when you go to a meeting and then automatically you have given it the forum, the legal mandate, you know. So you cannot come now and say, Wallahi, but at the same time, you went to the meeting. So to me, Baj Mahandis, whether Riek complains or not, what is going to happen is this. Kiir mind the political will to implement the agreement. And we have seen how Kiir has been receiving the defectors from the SPLM-IO. Kulumara bastaqbalum, ita mumkin tukun partner في presidency, okay? وكل مرة تستقبل نازل في قصر الجمهور who are defecting from the other side. معناه انت ما عندك نوايا حسنى لتنفيذ الاتفاق, okay? ما عندك نوايا حسنى. Kiir has no political will to work with Riek Machar. هو زي ما بنقول النقطة بانه كير بفتش الغبار في جوا مويه. شفتها؟ ده يعمل غبار في جوا مويه عشان يفتش له شكله. That's what he's looking for, you know? فدكتور Riek can talk and talk, but what we know is this, and this is what we've been predicting before, that Kiir is not a genuine partner in implementing the agreement they have signed. Kiir has no political will to implement the agreement. He will continue putting obstacles. If Riek chooses to confront him, the consequences are there. 2016 will repeat itself. And this time, nobody will konyo film this time, unfortunately. Thank you, Baj Mahandis.
Thank you so much, Sister Kaidi. Let me give you a chance also to give تقول راي بتاعك. You have 7 minutes. Unmute yourself, yeah.
Yeah, I thought the floor was for the lawyers and not for me.
No, for all of us. It's not lawyer only.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, whatever's happening in South Sudan to me as a citizen is really sad because we have politicians who really don't care about their citizens at all. Because I do not understand what is it that our leadership, what is it that they want? It's a game of going back and forth and nothing is happening. The only thing that we see is money is stolen, money is taken, money is taken. So if there's a lot of issues sometimes when we look at we can blame one party and we can think the other parties have the right. But however, if we look at all the other members of the presidency, whether it's Mayen Dengdit, Hussein Abdel Baghi, and okay, the other two, like they are Tabandeng will be that Waniga did not be that here. But the other three who are in opposition crying with us and saying that they have the issues of South Sudanese at their heart. At the end, these are the two, like the two parties Sudan. Because like for them to just go and start siding with Kir, I feel that is very sad. Even when we see that the other opposition parties, they don't have any معدومة ولاية منه في الدستور في الجناية في الاتفاقية المفروض ما يكون عندهم. I don't know نظام ولا عشان منهم representative within the presidency عشان كده نظام. I don't know, but what I'm seeing actually is a very is shame. I see it as a shame on our leadership, and they either have to put their citizens first, or they have to just I think they need to pack and go. Of course, they won't pack and go by themselves, but it's just we can't, as citizens, we cannot take it anymore.
Thank you. مولانا ميان أنا شايف دكتور فرانسيس أنا ما أعرف what going on with you. أنت قاعد تجي في استديو تهد لكن صورة بتاعك ما قاعد يسار. بعدك بقول لي عندك مشكلة في مايك. Try to connect your mic. مايك اللي أنت قاعد تشتغل أنا ما أعرف تشتغل خاشي بتلفونه. مولانا ميان.
We don't have any interest in the IO failing in this agreement, and nobody is against the IO. In fact, we may be leaning towards the IO because it is opposition like us.
Exactly.
But when they make mistakes, we have the right to also criticize them. Maulana Ajawin just mentioned the implied and expressed part of the interpretation of these provisions that apply to the process. Implied consent react by attending the meeting. I agree with Maulana Ajawin that he has given implied consent to the legitimacy of the presidency to decide on this matter of executive administration. The agreement did not say that it is the presidency that should allocate these positions in the state. It says the parties. The matters of executive administration, the executive is not the presidency alone, but including the Council of Ministers. If Rial was smart enough, he should have taken this to the executive branch, where all parties would now debate and vote. But once you give your implied consent, you enter, you sit, then the express procedures in the agreement itself, Article 109, Article 1016, apply now to the procedure, because you are already inside there.
Yes.
And the procedure talks about the collegial collaboration. Collegial collaboration does not mean consensus. Collegial collaboration is you arrive at a consensus if you can. But if you cannot, then there is a process of voting. A process of voting where 4 out of 6 will pass decisions. If 4 out of 6 pass that decision, then there is no path to JEMEC, there is no path to IGAD, and there is no path to the Council of States, because الطريق ما بقى مسدود. There is no point to say there is failure of agreement, because there is already agreement by a decision of 4. The only time these 4 will not pass a decision is when the other 2 are the vice president and the president. This is the only time where a conflict arises that this formula does not apply. But if either of them can garner a support of 3 vice presidents, there will be 4 out of 6, and they will pass any decision within the presidency, and nobody should complain. This was part of the agreement. I agree. Michael Mukui is a smart lawyer. He was one of the best ministers of justice. He was a better minister of justice than minister of information. It is not his place. He understood these processes very well, but Dr. Riak signed the agreement based on these processes. They are very clear. So there is no way that he will say that now this process was not followed, an agreement was not followed. In fact, he did not even complain in his letter. He did not complain about the parties being the presidency. This is one. He did not complain about the power sharing agreement, because they gave him 3, and he's 2.7, that is 3. The only party that should complain is the OPP, 0.8. They should have been given 1, but they wrote a letter yesterday saying that they agreed with the president that they accept 2 positions of deputy governors. So the power sharing, these formulas of the power sharing do not actually specify which positions, even though it is implied that these are governors. Once a state is assigned to you, then the highest position is the governor. But it was not explicit in that. That is why the OPP said that, okay, let the government take 6, but they should be compensated in the power sharing ratio to have 2 deputy vice presidents. So
yeah, you made the last 1 minute, yeah.
Yeah, that part is gone. The only part where the Dr. Riak is complaining is the relative prominence each party has in the respective state and county. He's saying that his relative prominence in other states are more than relative prominence in the states that are given to him, Western Bahr al-Ghazal, Western Equatoria, even if the people of Western Equatoria fought for him, and they are saying Viva, Viva, IO. Now
I'm coming to that point. I'm coming to that point. I will just stop here. I will come to that point. في زول أنا ما أعرف اتصل عليه بماسنجر تكشف له زول بتاع الحكومة تقريبا بقوله كان is part of meeting. I don't know his name. Just let me 1 minute كده نشوفه. then ندي تريزا because هنا النقطة دي أنا بيجي في الحاجة تريزا اتكلمي لعدي خلينا نشوف
شكرا اخوي ادوار، ودار اشكر كل الاخوه اخوات معنا في البانل هي. انا دار نقول كده، بتفق مع كل الاخوه، وبتفق مع كلام اللي قال مولانا ايمانويل، اللي هو اول شيء في اي اتفاق لازم يكون هناك وجود إرادة، لازم يكون في إرادة وفي نية إنه إنتوا جايين تنفذوا الاتفاقية. لو إحنا رجعنا ورا الاتفاقية بتاع 2015 هسه جاء سموها هسه بإنه اللي هو إحياء لهذه الاتفاقية أو revitalize انت بتلقى انه الكلمه في حد نفسه اكذوبه كبرى، لانه انت نظرت الاتفاقيه الاولى في 2015 كان في اشياء موجوده فيها هناك واشياء هسه في الاتفاقيه المنصده ما غير موجوده. نمره واحد اللي هو موضوع جيشين، موضوع جيشين كان موجود في الاتفاقيه الاولى في 2015، وفي ظل وقت الحالي الموضوع ده اتغير. يعني هو الموضوع سكريتي ارينجمنت المفروض يكون جيش واحد، تكوين جيش قومي. انت لو نظرت في الاتفاقيه الاولى كان في نائب رئيس، نائب رئيس الاول، او ميبي نائب رئيس يعني كان في نائب رئيس وبس. وهنا عندك حاله بتاع 5
خليك معي دقيقه مناس، خليك معي دقيقه، خلي تيريزا يكمل، انا بقوم بداخلك.
5 نواب. ففي حاجه نقدر نوضح برضو، يعني فعلا صح انه كير بقى شايل معاه المجموعات زي ناس يعني حسين عبد الباقي، تابان دينج بيكون معاه في جانبه، حتى ربيكا يندينج. لكن انا في حاجه نقدر اوضح. لما حصل الاجتماع بتاع ليبريشن كانسل بتاع الحركه الشعبيه في لبنان، ما تم تضمين اسمه منو ده دكتور تابان دينج، لانه في كلام اعترض عليه الرئيس. وانا بتذكر هو قال يا اخي انتم ما اتبعتوا الطريقه الاجراءات الرسميه. فلكن الحاجه اللي انا عارف انه تابان دينج اصلا ما دام هو منشق من الايو بمعنى هو بقى تابع للحكومه،
وكان اعلن وهلا هزبوا وانضم لكن لما عملوا اجتماع بتاع قياده في اللبنان كير مشى هناك قال لهم انتم ما تبعتوا اجراءات،
ما تبعتوا الاجراءات الصحيحه. فبس انا اقدر اوضح النقطه ده. فانت بتشوف فعلا صح هو هيكون في ضمن الطاقم او في جانب بتاع كير، لانه مجموعات ده كله. وده حاجه اخواننا هنا وضحوها، انا ما داير اكرر نفسي، يعني زي كانوا just repeating ourselves. فنقدر نوضح الحته ده انه يعني منذ البدايه ده الحاجه اللي احنا ذكرنا بانه دكتور رياض مشار the day you walk in you went to Juba you already make a big compromise. You know that the security arrangement is the most important thing. يعني كان مفروض السكيورتي arrangement ده بخليه انه شنو هو ذاته بيحرك بحريه، لانه انت you will have the police intact, the security personnel intact, they are all national, and you have army, you have everything there is nationalized, plus they are all working as an institution. But right now you're going there, you're in the lion den. So what are you gonna do? You're going to cry foul. This is what I want to say. I'm not laughing here, but this is what we actually want the IO from the beginning. But they thought that ahna madarin salam. That's why we're still here. We're saying we want the genuine peace. The peace can really bring people of South Sudan all together. We don't want a political peace for those political elites that they want, actually, as my sister Kaidi said, that they just caring about themselves. فجات بتاعهم تا corruption زي ما احنا شايفين اوراقهم برا هناك. اخوي دور ما نطيل عليك، ندي فرصه للبقيه.
ده كلام جميل جدا. الزول ده اسمه مناس مشار بول، هو let me دقيقه بس نشوف هو مناس مشار قبل ما نترى. انا ما اعرف في جوبا ولا وين، انا شبغته منه. let him call us know how. كده اتصل يا مناس قبل ما اورد because يعني that was exception only، لانه انتوا قاعدين في جوبا تقريبا وفي حاجه داير توضحوا. otherwise انا I will not accept any مكالمه ثاني because انا in this show وانا ما ادري زول يعمل لي disruption في استوديو. so كده اضرب قبل ما انا امشي. otherwise I will not accept any. اتصل لانه الشبكه بتاع كاب. اتصل just call me and let me أنا شايف دكتور فرانسيس هو جاب صوت ولا شنو، أنا ما قادر أفهم. دكتور.
الو أنت سامعني كيف؟
يا أنا سامعك. حاصل شنو؟
I don't know.
وهسه إيه جيت بأوديو؟
نفس اللينك بتاعك يعني.
حاجة غريب جدا. هسه ما مشكلة. هسه أنت سامعني كويس؟
أنا سامعك يعني.
خلينا أنا أديك برضو لأنه نعتذر لك إنه أنت مشكلة في الكونكشن وبقى يعني بيعمل لك دروب وكده. سو خلينا نديك فرصه عشان تعمل كومنت في الاجنده بتاعنا الاول قبل اللي انا طرحه قبل شويه، قبل عندي سؤال اخير بعدك ويل كونتينيو. تفضل، القاعد يصل في جوب هسه.
اوكي، مساء الخير لكل المشاهدين والاخوه الضيوف بتاعك. انا طبعا بفتكر انه الموضوع طبعا الناس تطرق له باستفاضه، لكن الحته اللي انا داير اركز فيه ده الحته بتاع انه alliance. يعني انه دكتور رياك معروف انه في politics when you have something that you are going to discuss and there's likely people are going to vote, you need to make sure that the people who will be voting, you know, what are they going to vote for. I think he was not playing his card very well. Lano, the most of the opposition like Sawa and then the other political party, he should be the one actually controlling them. So they should be his ally because all of them, they signed the peace agreement with the government. But it seemed that React every time take anything for granted. So he assumed because these people, they are oppositions, and therefore they would vote in his interest. But unfortunately, that was not true, although there are so many things that happened during the formations, even the appointment of the vice presidents. So he was observing the behavior of the Sawa and the other political party. And therefore, I think it's his mistake, actually. He should guarantee these people vote for them, vote for his side before they get into the meeting. And what happened exactly? So there is nothing more that can be done. We don't know how they going to handle these things, but React need to take these things. It's a politics. Politics, you need to play tactic well, and you go in, you know who is going to vote with you and who is not going to vote with you.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور فرانسيس. very short. انا لكل الخمسه في الاستديو يظهر انه الخلاف في القضيه بتاعت اللوكيشن بتاعت الولايات. ولو انتم لاحظتوا العايو قواعد بتاعه في على النيل، في بانتيو، في ويسترن اكواتوريا، وفي ايسترن اكواتوريا، وبعض المناطق اللي فيه كثافه. يعني انت ممكن تقول انه ده القواعد بتعتمد عليهم اللي هو في على النيل، وفي كذلك في بانتيو. لو انتم شفتوا في التشكيل الجديد ده، حكومه اشتغلت بتكتيك عالي جدا، وانا دايركم كلكم، انا بدي كل زول 5 دقائق نعلق في تعلقوا في النقطه ده. حكومه اشتغلت بتكتيك عالي جدا، انه يعني انتم لو نظرتوا للتوزيع بتاع الحكومه، حكومه قاعد يرمي الانتخابات بعد 3 سنوات. عشان كده حكومه اشتغلت انه يعني عايو ده في الولايات المراكز بتاع الشغل بتاع عايو انه يبعدوا منه. حكومه شالت بانتيو، ده القواعد بتاع رياض مشار. أبا نايل الآن حكومة شالة دولة سوا، رغم إنه سوا ذاتهم يعني جماهيريين حتى شغلهم وكده نازل دولهم، لكن في النهاية طبعا هم يشتغلوا بالخط بتاع الحكومة وكده. هل أنتم في رأيكم، أنا بدي أعتقد إنه القاعد يصل ده اللي بيصل ده، يعني مثلا هل ده الصراع بتاع القواعد ولا ده الصراع بتاع موارد؟ لأنه ال3 ولايات اللي فيه الصراع ده كلهم ولايات بتاع الموارد. في بترول في على النيل، في بترول في بانتيو، في بترول وفي ذهب وماس وباقي المصايب الثانيه دي في ايسترن اكواتوريا. فمولانا مانويل ليت ستارت. انا دقيقه قبل اعتبر مولانا عشان نتجاوب عليه كله. السيناريو انا برضه في سؤال انا داير تستضيف السيناريو. هل مثلا اذا مثلا حكومه ماشيه قدام بالشغل ده، هل نتوقع انه الدكتور رياض مشار ينسحب من الحكومه ولا what is going to happen في رايك؟ So take 7 minutes. لانه زي ما قال فرانسيس قبل دايرين نحلل الموضوع ده. Let us give it more space. لو مولانا مانويل محتاج ل more time, please let me know. I will add you some more time because before we go ahead عشان المشاهدين يكونوا in the picture.
No, Edward, you are asking very pertinent questions. These are really serious questions that we South Sudanese need to address so that we could have a clear picture of how this agreement is going.
Exactly.
You know? The consensus from the people who have spoken here in the platform tonight is this. there are two issues regarding the fiasco now in Juba on the location of the state. One is the procedural aspect of it. The other is the content of the letter of Dr. Riak to IGAD. معناه عندك الإجراء القانوني للاجتماع ذاته وعندك المحتوى بتاع اللسن بتاع الخطاب بتاع دكتور رياك. ده حاجتين. Now كنت تيجي للبروسيديا زي ما قلنا والزملاء الموجودين هنا يعني في إجماع بإنه what is happening as Maulana has explained elegantly. Riak, by attending the meeting, he has accepted. That's an implied, which means all the legal provisions that he's going to quote later on will not be relevant. The only relevant legal procedure he will quote is what Maulana has said, you know, when it comes to the collegial decision within the presidency. Ay haja barra tani is relevant because it is implied. So that way, Riak has made a mistake. IO has made a mistake to go and accept and attend the meeting. The second aspect is the content of the letter of the Riak. Content of the Riak is what we say in law is a hearsay. It's void of any legal content. ما في حاجة قانوني فوقه. ده كلام حماسي وكلام subjective. انت ممكن تقول بانه على النيل عندك شغل سياسي. الشغل السياسي ده how do you measure it؟ الشغل السياسي مقياسه شنو؟ المقياس انتخابات. انت ما اجري انتخابات في الجنوب في على النيل عشان تقول بانه for example IO is majority in Upper Nile. It's actually is the opposite. لأنه اللي جيت على النيل وشفت المناطق الحكومة مسيطرة عليها. اوكي؟ ناصر هم مسيطرين عليها. ملكان مسيطرين للملكان. تعال لما اللوط تعال الرنج تعال almost 90% of Upper Nile في يد حكومة. الشغل بتاع الآيو في النيل هيكون كيف يعني؟ هل هي الشغل بتاع الغواد؟ حتى لو فضلنا بالغواد غواد الحكومة كم في على النيل؟ غواد آيو كم؟ فما ممكن تكتب كتاب زي ده يعني a letter at the critical situation, you know, with a weak argument, you know. Popularity of any political party is not measured by the military personnel you have. It is measured by the ballot boxes. How many people have voted for you? In South Sudan, as we speak, nobody, even SPLM, cannot claim, you know, to be popular in certain region. You cannot do that. So, خطاب ترياك بإنه بنتيو شالو منه. This is mahal the bitao is my best. Bentiou said, let's come to unity. Hell, unity is the popular base with territorial. I disagree with that. In unity, those of us who know unity well, Nuer Betabul, they're the majority of the Nuer. Nuer Betabul, they're Denka Betawil in the Denka. They're the more populated, the majority of the Nuer. Nuer Betabul, most of them are not behind Victoria. Okay? You have those of Joseph Mentuel, you know, and those of Matthew Paul Jiang, and the rest. So you cannot claim also that unity is actually the popular base of the SPLMIO. So the notion that Litoriak has put forth, that these areas that has SPLMIO major supports at the so-called heavyweight, you know, areas of IO is actually irrelevant. It is very subjective. It is very weak. Riak should have actually talked about something else, not the issue of popularity, because that is subjective. Now let's come to the issue of the outmaneuvering. Yes, the government is already thinking of 3 years. Salva Kiir, if you guys have listened to him carefully, Kiir is saying, let us prepare for the elections. Kiir ma bitkellem zatu an implementation, Baj Mahandis. Kiir does not talk about the implementation of the agreement anymore. Kiir is talking about elections. Kiir has a rasu kira bigger intakhabat. Huma fadal tanfiz al-ittifaq. Now Kiir now is actually maneuvering himself, positioning himself for the coming election in 3 years. And that is why he's looking for these areas to continue strengthening himself. Now, Sawa you're talking about, Sawa has already been divided. First of the NDM, the Ditolam, who is complaining now. First of the Josephine, who are comfortable with the consideration that is going on. And they're saying, Upper Nile has been given to us because we are a neutral body, you know, and whatever person will bring, you know, will actually be acceptable to the communities in Upper Nile. So what does that mean? Upper Nile is the problem in Upper Nile now as you speak is between the Dinka and the Shuluk, you know. So if someone says that I'm bringing someone or it will be given to Sawa and Sawa now will bring somebody neutral that will be acceptable to the communities, what does that mean? It means that she will bring Johnson. Have you seen Johnson condemning the decision? Johnson went quiet. Second, okay, because he knows that he's coming to him as a governor. Yeah? So you could see there's already outmaneuvering. So Sawa in Upper Nile will work with Kir. Others will work with Kir. Kir has already set the rules, and these are the rules of Kir for the coming election, by the way. The rules you see in the presidency now. And that's what we've been saying here, Baj Mahandis. The law, Zol genius, Salva Kiir is too smart. Because he knows his son will be loyal to him. Who brought his son, by the way? It's Salva Kiir. Yeah. Do you think now his son will be loyal to Sawa? Of course not. So Kiir has already granted 4 votes to presidency. So Madam Nyandeng will react, even if they continue voting as a bloc, Kiir Haimer agenda of president. He has achieved it. Manal president is intahat tala min al-IO. So as you said correctly, Kiir is maneuvering towards election. That is why many of us say in the peace talks and were participating. That is why in the opposition we are demanding for a government of technocrats. Because if you have a government of technocrats, they have no interest of outmaneuvering one another because they're technocrats. They're non-partisan, So their interest will be to implement the agreement that has been signed. But if you have the parties, this is the argument we put in Addis, if you have the parties to the conflict and they form the government of national unity, during the interim period, time will be wasted in outmaneuvering one another. And this is what precisely is happening in South Sudan. They are outmaneuvering each other. Now, coming to the last question that you have put, what will Rial do? What will Rial do? Rial is in a difficult situation, Edward. Rial, as you said, and Molan Tereza has said, the first compromise, which I don't call a compromise, is surrender. Because as I said, Gandhi said once you compromise on your fundamental, that is not a compromise. It is a surrender, Now, when you say that security arrangement is the important pillar of any agreement, Now, you go to Juba without security arrangement. Salva Kiir hayla ma kustena yani, Salva Kiir hayamal shunu ma hayla billi? Of course not. You have come in to Juba. It mind that your bag is exposed. You have no security. It mind that sunun. You cannot talk to Salva Kiir and love for issue. You can do nothing. In Juba, because Kiir control the security. If you choose to be stupid to fight, that will be madness. You'll be killed, and that is it. Now Riak cannot have the option of walking out of the agreement. Because he will be told by international community, you cannot walk out of the agreement because of the allocation of the states. There are other important provisions of the agreement that is pending that can be implemented. So walking out because of location of the states will also look bad for the IO. That means they were fighting only for positions. Why will you walk out and go layad? Mano Inter, you were just fighting for positions. IO will be really in a hard situation. So yeah, Bajman is a nutshell. IO because they declare it. To be honest with you, IO because they mara will declare it. She doesn't know what to do. Loshal al-Hajar of the Rabbe will dig higher leader. Or local dig a dig high also leader. But IO because they declare it, unfortunately.
خلينا ندي فرصه لدكتور فرانسيس. دكتور فرانسيس، رايك شنو في الشكل الصراع؟ وهل انت متوقع انه مثلا ايوه ممكن تنسحب من الحكومه اذا حكومه اعلن الولاء حقه مثلا بالشكل الهسه الماشي ده؟ What are you thinking؟ الكريدة اللي عند ايوه ممكن يستخدموا شنو يعني؟ تفضل. دقيقه في الدكتور.
Yeah, I think the IO, they don't have any way that they could be able to walk out from this agreement. And if you can go back to 2013, when the incidents of 2013 started, the election was almost in 2015. So the IO started the war, and then they came back in 2015, 2016. And then, by the way, the election was supposed to be in 2018 at the same time also. And then the incident of 2016, they went back to the bush, and then they came back again in 2020. So every time the election is being pushed ahead, and therefore the IO need to understand what is so important and what is their objective and what do they want, something that they don't want to lose from this agreement. Is it the state that is so important, the position that is so important, or the elections? So if the issue is about the positions and the power sharing, then they could walk away. But if the issue, their objective is that they want going to take the government by all means to the elections, because actually I would assume that Rial want going to be the president, and for him going to be the president, the only way he need an election more than Kir himself. So whatever the government will be doing, they need going to just control their temper, and they try going to push things. Whatever they could be able going to force the government going to implement is okay, and whatever is left that is not necessary could be left behind. If you can recall back the situation of comprehensive peace agreement, the National Congress Party was reluctant, doesn't want going to implement all the provision of the agreements, and therefore every time is putting a lot of obstacle. But the SPLM played very smart because the objective was very clear: the referendum. That was the main thing. Even there were no demarcation of the border and whatever, so many things that was left behind. But at least the important thing that they weren't going to get away with it was the referendum, to take the National Congress Party into the referendum. And indeed they did. So Rial should be able to use the same tactic. There is no walk away anymore, because if he walk away today, this is the last chance for the agreements. And then he will lose the chance of try his best. Maybe he will win the election in 2023 or 2022, I don't know.
Thank you, Victor. Your sister Tereza.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Edward. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, yes.
Yes. I just want to say something of reminding, if we keep on always talking about this election, or if we're talking about the allocation of those states and so on. First, we have to go back, as I mentioned before. If we are saying this is a revitalized agreement of 2015, then Rial has a point here to make. Because by then, the Upper Nile, the Eastern Equatoria, the Unity State was in sight. And I could say here that he doesn't have a political ground there, but he has his own control of some kind of forces. Like if you go to for Western Bar Ghazal right now, he has some people there. This time around, they gave him the Western Bar Ghazal. But in the previous one, he was having Upper Nile, Eastern Equatoria, and Unity State. We have to look why also they are both, even whether the government or the opposition or IO, why they are focusing on that. This is not only because of the election, it's also because of the resources, whether they're human resources or also the resources that we have on the ground. So this is the point that I want to make. If people are saying that Kir is looking more for election, what are the guarantees for this election to take place if we already did not implement the security arrangement? What will guarantee us that this election will not be wrecked? When national security, احنا قاعد نتكلم عن national security بتاع كولكور، قاعد نتكلم national security in character as it was mentioned in this agreement. Where is the army? ما هو اصلا كده الحاجه اللي انا شايف like when we are talking, we also need to look at the perspective. Are we going to احنا ماشيين نعمل التعداد السكاني مع احصائيه؟ لما يكون في انتخابات لازم يكون في تعداد سكاني. قبل ما تجيب تعداد سكاني, you need to bring the people from their camps where they are, displaced camp. You bring them to their places. We are now not even talking about the hybrid code and a lot of things here. So احنا هنضمن كيف بانه هيكون في انتخابات؟ الكلام واحنا هسه في حاله حرب مستمر. Although some of us they are trying to ignore that. I don't mean you people here, but especially people there in the government right now. So this is the point that I want to make. And you know, the funny thing enough, let me read something from the SOA, if you might permit me, brother.
Lisa, further.
So they're saying that in number 6 in their letter, in the light of the communal domestic in Upper Nile state, SOA is the only neutral party to the agreement that can unite the communities in Upper Nile to ensure the country has a sustainable peace and stability. Oh, those people are talking as if they are angels. They are part of the issue, part of the problem in South Sudan. How can you call yourself now here you're a neutral body? You're not neutral. You're part of the issue, or it's جزء من النزاع بتاع جنوب السودان. It's جزء من الطرف ده. If they can just say that, you know, thank you, Kir, that you help us and you give us that state to kick IO out of it, that I will agree. But to say that they are the neutral body, they are not neutral. They are political organizations. So just with that, I don't want to go more. And thank you, brother Edward.
شكرا مولانا تريزا. انا في حاجه داير اقول لك انه حكومه انا ما اعرف في مشكله في الشبكه بتاع واحد من لانه الليله انا ما اعرف what going on في النتورك في Hello?
We can listen, we can hear you, yes.
You are hearing Manas? This person. حكومة طبعا قاعدة ترتب في مشكلة في الشبكة. I don't know what's going on. There's something wrong. Yeah. So الحكومة طبعا قاعد يشتغل إنه I don't know what's going on with this network.
احنا سامعين.
انتوا سامعين؟
انا سامعك يا خيتو.
لا لانه الصورة بتاعي ثابت في مشكلة.
لا صورة ثابت لكن صوتك واضح.
صوت قاعد يجي to me but it's delayed, yeah? It's delayed.
Yeah, في مشكلة حاصل في النتورك أنا ما أعرف.
صوت كويس.
أنا خلينا نمشي قدام. طبعا أنا كل ده أقول لتريزا إنه حكومة شغال أصلا إنه يرتب انتخابات، ما عندهم قضية بينه ناس يتم إعادتهم من معسكرات ولا ديل ما عندهم شغلة. So let me give chance لمولانا ميان.
You know, this agreement is a transitional.
أي مولانا فرصة حقك.
Okay. صوتك كده زي اللي تتكلم وصورة بيجي بعد.
ماشي. إنه في mistake. I don't know what the system there.
It's okay to adjust. You know, this is a transitional government. This is not a permanent government. And the parties, the main parties to this agreement, have one eye to start elections in 3 years. So this is a transitional unity government among these parties. And the second thing, when you draft a peace agreement, you don't put vague clauses. You know, you spend 6 months, 7 months, 2 years in Addis under air conditions, and you are given draft after draft. You are expected to read these drafts. You are expected these lawyers to come and talk to you about every other amendment to the first agreement, because there was a first agreement, and that first agreement was clear. The CPA was also very clear in terms of relative prominence that Dr. Riak is talking about. The relative prominence Dr. John had in South Sudan was territorial control on the ground and the obvious support of the population. That is why he put it in the CPA that South Sudan should be governed by him. He did not say, well, we will discuss it with NCP in the future. No. He said there is relative prominence of the Nuba in the Nuba Mountains. That is why Abdelaziz was governor. Relative prominence of Malik in Blue Nile. That is why Malik was the governor. These things are put down, written in rocks. Very clear. They are not subject to any legal interpretations. But now Dr. Riak allowed that very clear allocation of 3 states that Maulana Tereza mentioned in Arsis 1 to be lifted and to be changed to this concept of relative prominence, which is a vague legal concept, because it is subject to different interpretations, like territorial control, which Dr. Riak does not have, and support of the populations on the ground, which cannot be measured at this moment, even though we know that especially our good nation of the Nuer, most of them may support him. But that does not translate into relative prominence, for example, in Upper Nile state, because we have a big population of Shuluk in Malakal. We have 3 big towns, Malakal, Renk, and Buny. And these are Malakal is relatively Shuluk area. We go to Renk and Malut and Adar is Dinka area. You go to Buny and Maban is Maban area, and Nuera in Nasser and the other counties. So you cannot claim to have relative prominence in Upper Nile state. Coming to Jonglei, his relative prominence could be measured in terms of territorial control. Akobo, Pagak, and these areas are relatively, he has relative prominence there, even though the people of Bor are now writing a petition that they do not want Dr. Riak to control their state. This is a chance. Going to Western Bahr el Ghazal, these people are fighting for you. These people are dying for you. They are called, now you have the chance to rule them, and you tell them, no, you are not relatively prominent to me, but the Upper Nile people are more prominent to me. What do you expect when elections come? This is, you are giving ammunition to the government to say, this person denied you, like Judas denying Jesus, and he denied you. Obviously, you were given to him to solve your problems in the state because they have serious, genuine grievances in the state. It is a chance for their chairman to actually help them resolve these problems. Going to Western Equatoria State, the Arab boys fought for him. Actually, even if during elections, the President Kiir was defeated there by Bangasi Bakasoro, and it is a chance now to create a real alliance in Western Equatoria State. All these alliances will benefit him during elections. You don't insist on his definition of relative prominence is in terms of oil and resources. And the government will never give you control over the only economic resource in the country, that is oil. The government is using the oil procedures to fight you for financing these military operations. The peace agreement may collapse because since the coming of the IO to government, you have seen that they have violated the permanent ceasefire in central Equatoria. And so there is no trust that the military operations may expand all over the country, and the government would want oil resources to finance more operations.
مولانا ميان قبل ما تختم باقي لك دقيقه، لكن let me انا دايرك عشان تجاوب برضه عشان ادي فرصه للقيادي. هل انت بتعتقد، انت سامع صوتي؟
انا سامعك.
هل انت بتعتقد انه الحكومه المعارضه القياده بتاع رياض مشار ممكن تنسحب وتكرر التجربه بتاعت الحركه الشعبيه في 2008 ولا 9 تقريبا في السودان، لما الوزراء بتاعت الحركه الشعبيه انسحبوا من الحكومه الاتحاديه. later on رجعوا الحكومه ثاني دون تنفيذ. لو انتم بتذكروا فرانسيس وسيفير الناس اللي قاعده في الكاميرا، وزراء بتاع الحركه الشعبيه انسحبوا من الحكومه، لكن رجعوا للحكومه من دون ما يتم تنفيذ الاسباب اللي خلاهم ينسحبوا من الحكومه الانتقاليه في السودان مع خلال فتره الاتفاق السلام. هل انت في رايك تعتقد انه دكتور رياض مشار هسه هل ممكن ينسحب مثلا كممارسه للضغط للنظام في حاله انه حكومه اصر انه هو يمشي لقدام ويقعد ورد ما يقدر يعمل اي حاجه؟ هسه هو ما يشتغل، كير ما يشتغل بالكلام بتاع الجمع انه الاو بي بي يديهم المقعد، ما اشتغل بهم، حكومه شال نلفزوا 6 كويس، وادوا اللي سوى واحد، وديل زال لو كركروا بعشيه بيدخلوهم السجون بيجاهم كلهم، لانه ديل كلهم بيجيبوا النظام. let us be honest للمشاهدين الجنوبيين، يعني هسه ديل لو هم عملوا حاجه كلهم بيجاهم سجن. كان ناس نيودي كان منو فرفر جاي كده طوالي اكل بيجيك اكل كور بيرسل لك شباب كده بالليل وبيجيبوا خبرك. هل انت بتفتكر انه نازل الرياضه تنسحب ولا هيخلي الشغله دي يمشي كده يعني؟
اول حاجه هو ما عنده concrete ground انه ينسحب because the only reason انك تنسحب is when the procedures are not followed. Is when the 4 or 2 percentages are not followed. You cannot ما ممكن تنسحب في حاجه ما concrete in the agreement في issues of definitions of interpretations that are subject to different types of interpretations. Once Dr. Rial decides to إنه ينسحب من الحكومة, these people will say hallelujah. Now he has shot himself in the foot. بعد ده الagreement ذاته يقولوا Dr. Rial after all انت ما عندك control on the ground. الحركة الشعبية لما انسحبوا من خرطوم, they had a base to go to. They had Juba. They had a government.
Exactly.
But where will he go except South Africa again? And this time around, he will not even be brought back. So as a law, يقعد في الحكومة, let him cut his losses and make use of what he has. He has 3 states, and he has relative prominence in the counties, because the relative prominence clause does not apply to states, but it also applies to counties. He can appoint county commissioners. He can appoint speakers of parliament. He can appoint deputy governors. He can appoint ministers based on these power sharing ratios. The power sharing ratios does not only apply to governor, but to the executive branch and the legislative branches at the state level, at the county level. For who he still has the chance to actually make use of that. He has 3, the biggest 3 states are with him territorially, and in terms of population are going to be under him. Why don't you see that as a positive? Why are you just looking at resources to finance? He may not have the resources to finance them, but he should look for friendships outside, and he should look for resources in those states, taxation and the rest, to actually mobilize the population for elections. These are 3 big states.
Thank you. Thank you. Sister Kaidi, نديك فرصة بتاعك. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Brother Edward, for that opportunity, and thanks to الناس اللي اتكلموا قدامي هم ذكروا معظم الحاجات الحاصل. However, أنا بس قبل ما أقول كلامي أنا كنت بتمنى لو كان إدوار دعا واحد من members بتاع SPLM آيو يكون موجودين عشان إحنا بنتكلم في ظهرهم وهم ما فيشين ونحن بنسلق فيهم. So that's just a point that I wanted to make you. I hope that was the situation. الحاجة الحاصل في allocation بتاعت الولايات, I think Mayen Dengdit has mentioned part of that, because the حكومة بتاكير طبعا they're playing it smart. هم عايزين يخطوا رياض مشار في مشكلة, which is like the same thing. يعني هنا people of Western Barghazal one time when هم like لما كان بيجي أوراق Western Barghazal was not with AYO, like people were like hoping for AYO, for Western Barghazal to be under AYO. And now that it came under AYO and Rial is saying no, I don't accept this. So this is what the sentiments is there. Of course, now Rial is in the trouble he is in is like people like Johnson Uding. If he accepts the situation the way it is, so what is going to be the position of Johnson Uding? هل هيخسر ناس unity, ناس Upper Nile? So the same thing. Now he's rejecting it. Nas Western Barghazal also are saying, okay, maybe Western Equatoria is the same thing. What is wrong? But we have been supporting you all this time. So this is where they have put Dr. Rial on. When I look at the issue of withdrawal min Hakuma, I think the AYO they are smart enough to look at the stakes that is there for if they stay or if they leave. Like Mayen Dengdit says, if he leaves, then like he's back to zero. People can move a lot ahead with forming the government and with working with whoever parties are there. However, I don't want us to look at the IO as now the only person to do this for South Sudanese. IO maybe has done his part. They signed the peace, they stopped like the gunshot, although we didn't stop at all. The government is starting something somewhere else. But the IO has done its part. And then we have, even in this forum, most of us here are members of different other opposition parties. Now, if we are thinking about the people of South Sudan in our mind, what are these other parties' role at this time so that these things will go the right way? This is what I think I wanted to hear, that instead of just saying IOs like that, now what is the role of these other opposition parties in what is happening? Should they just raise their hands and then wait for everything to fail and then come in to replace Rial and start fighting all over again? Or should they just do something else? That is it their role to play now to, like, okay, we've been negotiating with the government, we want to join the peace, but the peace is not going on the direction that we're seeing. So what is it that they can do so that to change what is the wind, like to bring a wind of change to what is happening in South Sudan?
That actually is a question. خلينا ندي فرصة لإيمانويل عشان يجاوب عليه. Then we will continue with the other question. بعدك عندي آخر سؤال. بعدك أنا هنا ما يعني داير أقول لكيادي أن هنا حقنا ده تحليل ما عنده علاقة بإنه ما قاعد نتكلم في ما قاعدين نهاجم، لكن الكلام المتحدثين لو أنت لاحظت ده تحليل بتاع situation. ما كان is not meant إنه قاصدين كده. فمولانا مانويل ممكن تجاوب السؤال ده؟
شكرا يا باشمهندس. I think our sister is asking a question which I don't know how to put it. It's not relevant to the topic that we are discussing today. We are not discussing about other options. We are discussing about the situation that unfolded in Juba. And we are here giving analysis based on that situation. It's not what other people have. Of course, we in the opposition, we have said it before. Since 2018, when this agreement was signed, that this agreement, we said it, 2 years ago, that this agreement does not address the root causes of the conflict in the country. First, we said we don't need presidency. We need a government of technocrat. Okay. We said we want a lean government, or was also refused. We said a lot of things that has been rejected. And now, if you look at this agreement, everything that we have said in the past has come to pass. So we cannot also be part and tell them what is the way forward regarding an agreement that we are not even part of. It doesn't make sense. In an agreement, it's only those who sign the agreement that would be accountable to the implementation of agreement. This is how it does in law. If I'm not part of a contract, I cannot do anything to implement that contract. I, in the opposition, we will continue advocating that what we need in South Sudan is not a matter of position. What you have today in our country, it is what we've been saying, that this agreement called RCES, that was architected, in Khartoum, was only based on positions. And what are we talking today about? What is the locations of the states? Those are positions. Are these the fundamental issues in our country? Is this what our country needs at this present time? Of course not, my dear sisters and brothers. Our country needs serious reforms. The people of South Sudan in the countryside, they need food to eat. They need security for them. Our people in the POC camps inside Juba and Bantu and Malakal, they need peace and security in their hometown so they could go back to their homes. The million South Sudanese who are refugees, in neighboring countries, they need security so that they could come back home. Those are fundamental issues that we want to talk about. But this agreement that has been signed, my dear sister, there's nothing we can do to them. Even God cannot help them. Because this agreement has only been signed, for position sharing among the political elite, and hence that agreement will collapse. And why will you want to us to come and help them? Why would you want to come and help them? They have signed an agreement, they have gone ahead to implement it. Wallahi untu amshu. Anafu ittifaq bitakum. Lo najah binijiukum fi intikhabat. Lo fashal binistamar bin nadal bitana. Okay. So we are saying this agreement will not take our people anywhere. This agreement was only centered about power sharing. SPLM-IO, well, SPLM-IG, we know them very well. Victoria and Salva Kiir are not new to us. You know, we know that Victoria and Kir can never work together. The enmity between these two men goes back since the days of liberation. You know, since the days of liberation, this cannot be overcome over one night. You know, so but what we are saying is that the people of South Sudan, we are being held hostage by these two gentlemen. South Sudan mahaga self-kill react barang. South Sudan is for South Sudanese. The unfortunate aspect of it, Binu Junubin, they have been, you know, left to choose either with no, they have been given two devils to choose between. You either choose the worst devil or the less devil, but they're still devil. You know, we are saying no. Junubin should not be given to that kind of option. There's a third option, and that's the voices of the opposition outside. We are saying, let us go back to the drawing board. Let us go back to addressing the root causes, the fundamental issues that really matters to the people of South Sudan. The issue of education, the issue of health, the issue of ignorance, you know, the issue of roads. This is what we want, and the issue of security. This is what we want. So to answer you, my sister, there's nothing we can help them with. You know, we are not part of the agreement, and nothing will actually make us help them. Because how do you help? But you help when you're part of the agreement. And if it's so, I'm scared to help them in Juba. You know. So anyway, there's no discussion between. That's not even our discussion.
Yeah.
I just need to clarify something.
Our discussion tonight is to give analysis to the situation that has taken place in Juba, and this is what Majmahandis is doing. And we are here. We do not even come here anticipating that Majmahandis will ask us about what is going on in Juba.
Yeah, I know.
Anticipating that will be the issue of federalism. So we are only analyzing. We are not here crucifying SPLM-IO in the court of public opinion. We know where to crucify IO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say something, Edward? I think something he did not understand what I said. I did not ask you, Mr. Emmnuel Ajawin, to go and help Kir and react. I said, what are you as a party fighting for the people of South Sudan? What are you going to do to the people of South Sudan? Do you want? Because if anything happens in Juba, it is the people of South Sudan who are going to suffer. And as you are telling me about the topic, I know this is the topic that you have, and the topic that I received from Edward was a different topic. So this one, I thought I understood that it came as he just wanted to talk about the situation in Juba before we go to the original topic that he has called he decided to host this show tonight. Unless I'm mistaken, maybe you sent me the wrong topic, Brother Edward.
قبل ما تتكلم مولانا مجانا بديك سيستر كيادي وليتوا كلكم المتحدثين التوبيك اللي انا رسلته لكم ده ده التوبيك اللي انتوا عندكم وكلكم كانت رجعتوا للعنوان بتاع الحلقه the same topic. وانا قلت from the beginning كيادي اذا انت ما كنت موجود معلش، لكن انا قلت انه before اننا ما نمشي قدام في عندنا urgent situation موجود في South Sudan. انا كنت شغال يعني حتى I talk with Tereza كان يفترض اعمل شو اول امبارح، لكن انا كنت شغال، انا ما قدرت اعمل separate show. So I put it in الليله مع انتوا كلكم كمتحدثين، لانه ده جزء بمناسبه من اللازمه بتاعت الشو الفات من ضمن المشاكل. عشان كده كنا نتكلم في ده، نتكلم نعمل اناليسيس بعد ذاك عشان جنوبين يعرف what going to happen. Then we will go to the topic. مولانا ما let me in the clarification. تفضل.
I think if I get Kaidi correctly, other opposition, Kaidi could play a role if Dr. Riak was ready to reach out to the other opposition. Your question is very important in the sense that Dr. Riak should have should have represented so many positions of the other opposition parties, such as the ones that are already inside. OPP, FDs, the opposition has no unified front. Dr. Riak, as an opposition himself, did not reach out to everybody. That is why it's very difficult for other parties to actually advocate for Dr. Riak's position, because he's trying to go on a road alone, not taking with him the rest of the people, even though tomorrow he's going to ask for their votes. And this is represented even in denying 22 tribes in Western Baragazal the bigger tribes in the third largest tribe, the Zande, or one of the 4 large tribes in South Sudan, in Western Equatoria, and Jongole, the biggest state by population and by size. I hope you got my point. He should reach out before other people reach out to help him. When help, some people will jump in.
Yeah, انت مولانا ميان انا ما اعرف الليله في مشكله يعني something is not right at all.
Edward, we can hear you. لكن افتكر بس صوتك يا
انت سامعني؟
منك ادوارد صوتك كويس.
اوكي سامعني كويس. اوكي خلاص. شكرا مولانا ميان. انا ده ندي التوبيك ده اننا نطلع برا منه. قبل ما نطلع منه خلينا ندي دكتور فرانسيس وتريزا كل منهم زي 3 دقائق دقيقتين عشان يعلقوا. اللي انا داير اقوله لسيستر كيادي انه الاناليسيس بتاعت الوضع الماشي في جنوب السودان الان كان مهم جدا اننا نتكلم فوق قبلي. انا خدت 4 ساعات عندي. The other 2 hours we are going to discuss our main topic. And these 2 hours we actually I managed انه نخطه في الحلقه في نناقش القضيه ده. الحاجه الثانيه لو متابع يا كيادي والناس المشاهدين الايو يا دكتور ياك مشار الان قاعد يحارب قوات بتاع الناس في استوائيه. وكلام ده يعني الليله برضه في ستيتمنت طلع من الناس برضه ايو متحالف مع الحكومه وما ضربوا لحساباتهم. So I don't know because it's not part of our topic tonight. لكن زي ما كلم ميان وقال مولانا ايمان لو ايو مثلا دكتور ياك he want to reach out يكونسيدر انه الناس الثانيين دول معاهم في خط ما كان في صوت يخليه انه يخوض عمليات مشتركه مع حكومه في انه يحارب قوات بتاع الناس في الاستوائيه. So let me give 2 minutes or 3 minutes to Tereza, then Francis, بعدها نمشي لل Sister Tereza.
تقصد رد لهذا السؤال؟
ما رديت عندك آخر تعليق؟ أنا ما دايرك ترد للزول، أنا دايرك تعلق because القضية النقاش بتاع ناقشناه في جوبا we are getting out of it. So before let me.
أنا بس دار نوضح إنه في البداية زي ما احنا شفنا طريقة بتاع المجموعات ده مشوا كيف. احنا كنا جزء من الحراك السياسي لحد في الخرطوم، واحنا عرفنا انه الاتفاقية ده ما هيودينا في اي محل، لكن تم وصفنا بانه احنا ضد السلام وما ادراك insignificant وما ادراك يا هسه هم insignificant ده هم قاعدين يواجهوا في الاستوائية الآن. فالليلة لما زول يجي يقول مثلا انتوا البرة ده انتوا تساعدوا شنو في الوضع الحالي، في الوضع الحالي ما هو الحاجة. انت لما توقع الاتفاقية انت جزء من الاتفاقية، تلتزم ببنود بتاع الاتفاقية، ومن شروط ذاته بتاع عشان تيجي تقعد تعمل كونتراكت لازم يكون في إرادة وفي نية وانتوا كلهم متفقين. فده بيظهر هناك ما في إرادة سياسية أصلا، نمرة 1. نمرة 2 هم أصلا ده الناس جايين ماشيين للبوزيشن بتاعهم. They're going to fill their pockets. They are not there for the people of South Sudan. احنا لما قعدنا برا احنا ما قلنا احنا ما دايرين يعني نعمل حاجة لهذا الشعب، لأنه عارفين إنه الاتفاقية ده هيرجع جنوبين في مربع 0. وده الحس انتوا شايفين اللي قاعد يحصل اللي بيخلي مثلا ايو والحكومة هسه يشاكل مثلا مع جبهة الخلاص في الاستوائية. شنو هسه لو هم فعلا دارين السلام؟ ما انت مفروض تنفذ السلام ده عشان تقنع الناس اللي برا معاك عشان بعد ذاك يجي يساعدوك. شفت كيف؟ فده النقاط احنا دارين نقول هنا. احنا قاعد نتكلم هنا زي ما انت قلت، احنا قاعد نتكلم من ورا، يعني قاعد نتكلم في كاميرا امام العالم كله، قد يكون اكثر من 500 نفر قاعد يشاهد هذا البرنامج. فإدوار احنا طبعا ما قدرنا نركز في الكلام ده، ندخل في موضوعنا الاساسي. قبل تسالت بانه لو احنا ممكن نتكلم في الراهن السياسي، الاشياء اللي حصل في الفتره الوجيزه.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور فرانسيس. Unmute yourself.
I think this topic is being exhausted actually. Everything we discussed everything about it.
Okay.
But the issue of Upper Nile is becoming important. Maybe the government is playing some deal that they vote on their side in terms of allocation of the state, so that the Sawa can be able to get the Upper Nile state. So this one is politics and is very clear. But what the IO need to understand, they need to be very smart. For example, the issue of allocation of the state should not be a big deal that can, so that the IO could go back again to the bush, actually. They can just swallow their pride, and then they need to tell the people, yeah, although they are not happy with the decision that was taken by the presidency, but still they are committed to the peace agreement, and that's why they give up. And this will be able to give them some ground, because people will see these people are really serious and the government is reluctant.
Thank you. بالمناسبة أنا قبل ما نخش في topic في نقطة أنا دايركم كل زول فيكم نديو 3 دقائق. ده نقطة مهمة جدا. I'm not in hurry. ده نقطة مهمة جدا. اللي هي لو انتوا لاحظتوا القضيه بتاعت المرض الماشي في الجنوب بس كورونا، حكومه فك الحظر قبل اسبوع الفات، فك الحظر وفتح الاسواق، وكذلك فتح المطاعم، المحلات دي كلها فتحت، حال الطوارئ ورفعوا من الساعه 10 للساعه 6 تقريبا. ولو انتوا لاحظتوا في نفس الوقت المرض بقى قاعد ينتشر. في كيسز هسه قاعد ينتشر بصوره كبيره جدا في جنوب السودان في جوبا، واول حاجه ما في اناب، ما في سراير، ما في مستشفيات، الناس دول كلهم بقعدوا في بيوتهم، يعني ما في علاج، يعني وي دونت نو كم ناس هسه قاعد يموت جوا هلا في مرض. انا داير بمناسبه، والخرطوم حكومه الخرطوم امبارح اعلنوا انه اغلاق كامل لمده اسبوعين ثاني. ده السودان مده اسبوعين ثاني تم اغلاق البلاد. انا مثلا الموقف ده لانه انا ظاهر حكومه زاد وهم زاد هسه شكله بقى قاعد في بيوت لانه المرض ده قاعد ينتشر. فانا ما اعرف رايكم شنو، وبالذات دكتور فرانسيس. الحاجه الثانيه انا دايركم تعلقوا فوقه، مع ده كل زول انا بديك 3 دقائق ولا 4 دقائق تعلق فوقه. لو انتوا لاحظتوا في ورقه مشت نزلناه بتاعت وزير الماليه ربنا يرحم ولده، والوكيل بتاعه مصدق انه يطلع قروض بتاعت البيكا 30 مليون South Sudanese pound. In addition to that برضو المصدقين المدير المكتب بتاعه طلب انه يصدق له 4 مليون South Sudanese pound شهريا يعني allowances بتاعت مكتب وبتاعت بيت. فانا دايركم انتوا لانه الشغله ده is part of the corruption، ودي جزء من الحاجات اللي we are coming to talk about it هسه. فخليني ابدا بدكتور فرانسيس، لانه الموضوع بتاع كورونا في ناس كتير قبل كلموني، داير الناس يتكلموا فوق. فرانسيس.
بالنسبه للايشو بتاع كورونا is very unfortunate. يعني I don't know who is unable to lead the team بتاع task force. So عندنا for example الحاجات الإجراءات المتبعة كلها it was not based on science. يعني كل الدول اللي هي بتحارب بين كورونا they use the data, the number of cases that you have. According to that one, you will make a decision based on the data that you have. But in South Sudan, actually, there is a chaos. The high-level task force, which is headed by the president, but everything is being given to Dr. Rial and his Minister of Health. They are not doing a good job. The only thing that they are doing is going to announce the cases every day. You see, so for example, when Uganda have something like 50-something cases, South Sudan had nothing. If you look to South Sudan today, we have 122 cases, and we have surpassed Uganda itself. Uganda with 116. So I don't know what was the decision. It was taken based on what? Because last time I did a model and I see that even the social distance is not being honored. You see, so nobody is following the social distancing, and that's why the cases that are going up. Even the cases where they linked the case number 5 going to infect 28 people, that was not scientific acceptable, because actually, according to the study that has been done in other countries, it shows that one individual can be able to infect only 2 as a maximum. But in our case in South Sudan, they were saying actually one person infected 28 people. So it's really very unfortunate, because actually for them, they are not even releasing more information. Those people who are tested positive, we don't know what is their age distribution, what is their symptom, so that we can be able to see whether the disease is presenting like the way that is presenting in the US, or most of the cases are just mild. So because since there is no data of that one, nobody could be able to see what is going on. But what we see that the cases that are increasing, and all these travel to the funeral, for example, of a BA of late Edward Lino, we have seen like 7 cases tested positive. The funeral for Martin Mujud, also some people who came back from there, they tested positive. And now, actually, the disease has spread to all South Sudan. We have it in Torid, we have it in Ye, and it's likely in everywhere. It's just only because people, most of them, they don't show any symptom, and that's why the number may be too slow like this one. But it's likely the number is going to increase up.
Thank you so much, Sister Kaidi. If you have any comment on that.
Yeah, what I would just like to add to what Dr. Francis said about the issue of coronavirus, because in South Sudan, the issue of social distancing is one big issue. And not only in South Sudan, many African countries, even Uganda, has the same problem of people going out and overcrowded places. Sometimes you go to a shop and everybody wants to get in. Here we line up, but over there somebody can just, if they come close to you, I think, just to scare some people so that they go away. So you never know. Maybe you don't have corona, but the other person has it, and you get yourself, you become, it's risky. The other thing, our homes are also crowded. We should not forget that. We are living in very crowded homes in South Sudan. If I have to stay at home with I don't know how many people, but maybe we can, if I say 50 of us are there, and definitely I'm going to give it to those people who I live, who I'm staying with in the same compound. Thank you. That's just what I wanted to add.
Yeah, Sister Tereza.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Edward. It's quite sad to see that the
Can you mute yourself?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah.
Yes. It's quite sad during this time now. We're seeing the government is trying to lift up the curfew or the ban for the people to go around in a situation that the number are also increasing. Like we heard also, like our friend Atem Simon. I hope that he will get well soon. You see, I'm not talking about him. I'm just mentioning, like, he's also courageous enough to come and write that down. I got a message, or let's say a video of Michael McCoy. He's speaking.
The video Gadimia is all video.
Is okay.
Answer video, the video Gadimia.
The video Gadim, okay.
Yeah, the Nazil Tawan Junub.
Yeah.
ده كان في يوم بتاع التكريم بتاعه في وزارة هناك في Gumba, so
okay. Yeah, no problem on that. If you hear the way they say they're going to open restaurants, bars, and also the borders, they are going to allow them to to drive only one person. The talk of they will wear masks. They forgot the gloves. When you get into the border, Brother Edward, in your hand, clear, you're not wearing a mask, this is definitely you're going to touch the same seat that somebody was already sitting on it. And imagine within a few minutes, and then you carry another one. So how many people are going to be actually affected with this virus? This is something I'm seeing this. This is not really a responsible situation. Although I know our people back home, as you know, it's not like us here. For some of us are being kept home, and they will still give you your salary or pay you, like the government also did this budgeting for this pandemic. But in South Sudan, you don't have enough. You hear only قال يا اخي رجل الاعمال شنو ده. طبعا رجال الاعمال بتاعهم ده اصلا ده قروش بتاع حكومه اصلا، لكن بيجيبوا زول انه يشتغل في هنا يمثل بانه ده قروش بتاع زول ده امشي. They are buying those people like commodities, so let's say food or whatever they are giving them, but it's not enough. This is not enough for the country like us. For really, the situation is going to be serious. I don't know if our people now are going to face the death of coronavirus or hunger or what else, or the war. المهم ربنا يكون مع الجنوبين.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maulana Mayen.
This is actually a very dangerous time for our people. The civil war, economic failure, now corona. This also exposes the level of financial mismanagement in South Sudan, because at such a time of emergency, the government would have tapped into what was called the Future Generation Fund. That was about $5 billion. That was about $5 billion that was kept in the UK. And since now there is local transmission in South Sudan of COVID-19, of coronavirus, then, and in absence of mass testing, then there is no way that we can know how many people are now infected in South Sudan. The number must be far much bigger than the 120 that people are talking about, because local transmission means there is people are infecting themselves at the local level. It's no longer coming from abroad through the border, the airport, or it is among the people of South Sudan in different states. For lifting the lockdown right now is not a good thing. You should have lifted it partially. Uganda, for example, there is no transportation. There has been no transportation, no cars on the roads, only border borders, and they work to take food from shops to people's houses. But if you want to go to the shop, you walk. There is no transport, and if you drive your car, your car will be taken by the task force in Uganda, and it will not be given to you. That is what Museveni is saying in his weekly briefing. But we don't see any plan as to how this local transmission is going to be combated, apart from wash your hands, do these things. But there is no government to alleviate the suffering of those who are not who have lost their income, because the vast majority of our people have lost their income. They have already been living under the poverty line. Now they are completely lost. In Uganda, in other African countries, people can stay in their farms and still eat. In South Sudan, because of the civil war and now military operations, even pushing people from Yei River State from their farms, you are exacerbating the situation further. So that it is disaster after disaster after disaster. And these people, if somebody has malaria, he's flown to the neighboring countries to go and stay in ICUs in the neighboring countries, even in Europe. But a citizen gets sick. there is nothing apart from local herbs or dye.
اوكي شكرا لك مولانا ميان. انا دي اخر فرصه لمولانا ايمانويل. انا داير اقوله برضه عشان بعدين مولانا انا يحلق فوقه. لو انتم لاحظتوا يعني بالذات القضيه بتاع بدا ده والناس بتاعنا المشاهدين اتمنى انه هم يحاولوا بعدين يعملوا شير للفيديو بالذات الناس اللي في جوبا بالذات اعراض بتاع الناس او الكورونا فيروس. I will try انه في الاسبوع قدام ده لو جه زمن نحاول نستضيف زول كان نجيب دكتوره سوزان او الدكتوره كيدا. I will try الناس فرانسيس ديل يجيب لك كم معطيبه. لكن انا داير اقوله قبل ما ادي اخر فرصه لمولانا اللي هو انه بالذات بدا ده الخطوره بتاعت انه بدا ممكن ينقل المرض في جوبا باسرع ما يمكن من اي وسيله ثانيه في جنوب السودان. الحاجه الثانيه برضه عشان مولانا ايمان تعلق فوق بعدين، انا قبل انا كلمت مع ناس في جوبا بالمناسبه والشباب بتاعنا يا دكتور يا سير السفير في صيدليه جامعه جوبا، يعني انا كلمت مع ودامتي وقاعدين يا دو قالوا لنا ماشيين عشاء جوطه وشنو يعني you imagine ناس they are not taking المرض ده seriously. فده بالمناسبه انا داير اتمنى انه الشعب بتاعنا في جنوب السودان they need to take it serious. النقطه الثانيه لو انتوا شفتوا هنا في امريكا، انا داير الناس في جنوب السودان listen to what we are saying. انا ناس ده عشان نشتري ما اجر ماسك ده ما علينا ما لاقينه
ماسك ما في ذاته
ما في جلوفز ده. انا هنا ناس يعني مين ما كورونا ده بدا انا لا لقيت لي ماسك ولا لقيت لي جلوفز الا انا عندي البسيط كده انا خاطيه في البيت اللي كنت بشتغل به كده. معناه في جنوب السودان انتوا زي ما قال تريزا هتركوا بدا والمره ده هتنتقل في جنوب السودان وربنا يحميكم. لكن ندي اخر فرصه لسيد السفير بعدها نمشي للتفق بتاعنا. تفضل.
No, thank you, Edward. And I will not talk a lot about the coronavirus and also the anticipated consequences that it may actually lead on our people in South Sudan. We just pray to God that the situation doesn't get worse. But let me comment on the issue of the funeral.
Yes.
Of the son of the minister, I think.
Exactly.
First, let me express my sincere condolences to the family for the loss of their son. Nobody will wish death to any family. But nevertheless, the magnitude of the corruption itself, where 30 million is issued from the Ministry of Finance for a funeral that is private, it is just sickening and it goes beyond comprehension. But we are not surprised. The bureaucratic government of Kir has always been a government that is associated with corruption and nepotism. There's nothing new. Come, من الحرامية ديل في J1 how many ministers stole in the president's office يا جماعة؟ رئيس دولة بسرق قروش المكتب بتاعه. This is supposed to be most secure place on earth. وين حرامية ديل مشوا وين؟ ودهم سجن شهر. ناو رجعهم برا بقوم وكالة في وزارات مش قاعدين. They're there. So what is new in South Sudan? South Sudan has been run by Salva Kiir and his mafia, as if they own this South Sudan. As if South Sudan is their own property. They cannot differentiate between their bank account and the public money of the people of South Sudan. لأنه أنتوا جنوبين نايمين تيجي تتكوروا والله شالوا قروش 30 مليون ما هيعملوا. Is it new? How many things have they done that we have not even seen? 30 مليون ده اللي شفناه بعيننا في سربوا لنا. لكن how many things have been done under? It tells you بإنه ده ما أول مرة. يعني we'll be surprised بكرة بكون عملوا بدل بتاع مرة بتاعه ب$2 million and they also ask from the Ministry of Finance to approve it. These are things that have been happening in our country. South Sudan now is one of the corrupt countries in the world. Corruption can ما جزء من حياة بتاعنا. Junub Sudan now is one of the corrupt countries in the world. لكن يد إنكم مطبلاتية. There's a lot of supporters of Kir Mayardit here. They will start tell you Kir Weye, SPLA Weye, Kir must continue. While our resources are being looted day and night. This is the irony of a country. A country that doesn't have any sense. It doesn't feel the anger. It doesn't feel the pain anymore. So Sudanese people, I don't know what has happened to us. We have become very passive. لو ده كان ده جيل ده كان موجود زمن 83 زمن الحرب ده والله كان جنوبين ما يتمردوا. كان ما يتمردوا. ده جيل ما عنده ضمير. Apart from them coming and complaining, they're not yet taking actions into their own hands. To be active and make a revolutionary change. Many of you here on the Facebook are coming day and night. تطلعوا تتكلموا عن الحاجات زي ديل What are they doing about it? They're doing nothing. They come here, they come and see this video, this debate, they go home and sleep. Tomorrow they hear about other bad news, they come again, watch and sleep. So Sudanese, you've been sleeping too long. You're sleeping through a revolution where your country is at a crossroads of whether it could exist or not exist. Yes, the Ministry of Finance will continue doing it. Not him alone. Tomorrow we don't know the Minister of Petrol Hayamul Shunu. Ashankida, these who are fighting now about position, you think bank, I'm doing it for the government. Like you get bank, man does that again the hak to check the so ministers are the same thing. Shankita can have a shaglu was at the petrol, now that the petrol must check the nafsu, then fasad al house of the bellet, you know. So in nutshell, I'm not surprised. But it is a painful episode. This is just one in the iceberg. This is just a drop in an ocean of the corruption that is going on in South Sudan. You know, and it could be worse. But what is needed is what do we do about it? You know? What do we do about to stop it? No, it won't take us anywhere. We must be active. We must take an activist stand. You know, an activist stand to bring a reform in our country. And let us stop sleeping. You know, time has come for us to stand up as the people of South Sudan. So thank you, Edward.
شكرا مولانا وشكرا لكم كلكم ضيوف بتاعنا في حلقة بتاعت اليوم. شكرا لكم. أنا هنا باقي لنا تقريبا ساعة و 44 دقيقة بالضبط كده الحلقة بتاعتنا نحن. اللي أنا داير أقوله للمشاهدين قبل ما نحن نخش في the main topic بتاعتنا الليلة. في زول أنا لما قلت لتريزا عملت كوركشن للفيديو بتاعت مكوي. في زول كتب هناك بتاعي وكركاج إنه يدور ربي يدافع عن مكوي because أنا قلت الفيديو ده قديم. فأنا داير نوضح للناس المشاهدين إنه ما it's nothing to do with أنا قاعد أدافع عن مكوي ولا قاعد أدافع عن حكومة ما بدافع عن حكومة. ده فيديو قديم we have to put it عشان هنا ما قاعدين نجي في شو ده شو عشان نبث المعلومات الغلط للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. we are here عشان نقدم المعلومات الصح. لو حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان أنا كلام ده قلت من يوم أسست المنبر ده. عملوا حاجة كويس أنا بقول لهم عملوا حاجة كويس. عملوا حاجة كعب عملوا حاجة كعب. فأنتوا ده خليكم مطمئنين لو في زول هينضم لحكومة آخر زول this is it what. أنا قاعد أقول كلامي ده. Let us go to the topic. أنا هنا طبعا في الحلقة اللي فاتت اتكلمنا عن النظام السياسي ممكن يحكم به دولة جنوب السودان. هل نظام رئاسي أما نظام برلماني أو نظام فدرالي؟ في نقاش بتاعنا في الحلقة اللي فاتت وكان معي ضيفين سفير إمانويل ودكتور فرانسيس. أنا هنا وجو كلكم ناس باقي متحدثين تكونوا برا انتم مشاهدين للحلقة. مشينا كويس والضيوف الاثنين دي ريكوست انه يجي ان تعاد الحلقة الثانية عشان كده هنا قررنا نهاية الحلقة. أنا بعتذر لأن أنا كنت خارج الحلقة ساعتين وبعدها ساعتين تاني للمشاهدين، لكن في راهن سياسي أننا كنا لازم نحل نناقشه عشان لفائدة بتاع المشاهدين لأنه كان متوقعين مني وأنا كنت بعمل شو عشان they listen what we are going to say ما قاعد يصل في جنوب السودان. في الحلقة اللي فاتت اتفقنا إنه النظام اللي بيحكم به جنوب السودان ده نظام برلماني. القضية بتاع الحوار اللي نحن ابتديناه ودكتور فرانسيس وسفير إمانويل ناقشوا فوقه كتير اللي هي هل المشكلة بتاعتنا في تشخيصنا للأزمة؟ هل هي مشكلة بتاعت مشكلة مثلا هل هي مشكلة بتاعت
نظام برلماني ولا نظام فدرالي؟
نو اوريدي هنا جاوزنا ده كله اتفقنا على النظام اخذنا اوريدي نظام فدرالي اتفقنا على النظام الفدرالي كنظام بتاع حكم رئاسي فدرالي في جنوب السودان، لكن الدايرينه الليله نحن طبعا كان في تشخيصنا للأزمة اللي هي مشكلة بتاعتنا. بالمناسبة كل زول يكتب تحت because I don't have any question ما في سؤال بطرح ولا زول ده is a debate yeah is a debate. أنا بندي كل زول is controlled 7 minutes زي ما عملنا مرة الفات ده debate. so الquestion الليلة بتاعتنا في الحلقة ده اللي هي يعني مواصلة الحلقة الفاتت هل المشكلة بتاعنا في جنوب السودان ده مشكلة بتاعت قيادة ولا ده مشكلة بتاعت مؤسسات؟ دكتور فرانسيس كان بيقول مشكلتنا في جنوب السودان هي مشكله بتاعت قياده، عندنا ازمه في جنوب السودان ازمه بتاعت قياده. الباقي الناس اللي قاعدين هنا برضو يمكن دكتور مولانا إمانويل يتفق انه في مشكلتين، عندنا مشكله بتاعت القياده، عندنا مشكله بتاعت مؤسسات، عندنا مشكله بتاعت قبليه، عندنا مشكله بتاعت مشاكل كثير في جنوب السودان. في اطار بتاع انه الفدرالي هنا انا طبقه كيف في جنوب السودان على الاقل مع الوضع هسه القاعد عندنا في جنوب السودان. اخذنا دكتور فرانسيس كان جاب نموذج بتاع رواندا، برضه ايمان الاشار له نموذج بتاع رواندا. بول كاغامي هو متهم بتكميم الافواه، اشتغال الصحفيين. وانا قبل بمناسبه I watch a lot of video، انا كنت في الشغل في رواندا BBC، انا I went back، انا لقيت فعلا في مشكله بتاعت حقوق الانسان في رواندا كبيره جدا. يعني انت تنتقد النظام طوال بيتقلوه. فهل هنا برضه مثلا التجربه زي ده ممكن يكون نموذج ممكن نستعين به؟ ده جانب. الحاجه الثانيه، انا النموذج اللي انا شفت انه ممكن نستعين له يوم نموذج بتاعت ماليزيا بتاع الدكتور مهاتير محمد. والقضيه بتاعت مهاتير هو بدا بكتاب كتبه سنه 71، كتاب بتاعت ماليا داليما اللي هي ده القبيله بتاعتهم الماليا، وتكلم بالذات انا قبل بجيت اولت فوقه، وهي في صراع بين الهنود والماليين، الناس اصحاب الارض الاصليين وكده. لكن the funny things ودايرين ناخده كبيزك للحوار بتاعنا برضه، انه هو كان قدم نقد. يعني انا يعني انت النموذج بتاعت يعني ماليزيا انت بتشوف متشابه للنموذج بتاع جنوب السودان، لانه دكتور مهاتير اول ما كتب كتاب حقه قدم نقد لانه الماليين دي ولا حاجه ناس كسلانين. كويس؟ قدم لهم نقد ناس كسلانين. وبرضه لانه طبعا عندهم مسلمين قدم نقد برضه للتجربه بتاعت انه في مشكله بتاعت جينيتكس بتاع وراثه والمجموعات. انا ما ادري نتكلم في ده كله، لكن النقطه المهم جدا اول ما كتب انه يا اخي الناس ديل طبعا عندهم في مشكله بتاعت فقر في ماليزيا، وفي مشكله بتاعت كوربشن، ومشكله بتاعت دو كده، لكن قدم حلول. لما هو بقى بعد ذاك الناس شجعوني يكون رئيس، جاء قدم نموذج بتاع حكم وقدر ينقل ماليزيا من الوضع انه دوله فقيره لدوله غنيه. الوضع هنا الليله هنا شايفينه الليله. What do we want في جنوب السودان؟ بنلاحظ انه القضيه الاساسيه في سؤال برضه. انا في ناس برضه رسلوا لي في المنبر مره اللي فاتت، شاهدوا في الدكتور فرانسيس ومولانا ايمانويل، and they start saying انه المشكله بتاعنا في جنوب السودان هي ما مشكله بتاعت قياده فقط، مشكلتنا في الجنوب مشكله بتاع مؤسسات. ليه؟ لانه لو كان هنا مؤسسات قويه موجوده في جنوب السودان وفي ناس قاعد يطبقوا القوانين، انا افتكر لانه عندنا قوانين دي الناس يطبقوا في مؤسسات، مش كده؟ لكن اذا كان الحرم بتاع الدوله هو زاد ما ملتزم بقانون، معناه البلد ده ممكن يكون كيف؟ فلنا نبتدي الحوار مع دكتور فرانسيس. انا will give you دكتور فرانسيس 7 minutes. Then we'll go برضه ندي لامباسادور ايمانويل and the rest because الناس اللي كانوا معنا المره اللي فاتت بنبتدي الحوار، بعدها بنقدر ندي فرصه لان بدنا نشخص مشكله بتاعنا بجنوب السودان شنو بالضبط والحل هو شنو. تفضل دكتور. Unmute yourself, Francis.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. I think it is a great honor for me to participate in this debate. And in back of my mind, 50 years of struggle of the people of South Sudan searching for freedoms, justice, equality, and prosperity. So before I go deep into my positions, I just would like to make some clarifications. When I brought up the example of Rwanda, it was not the example of a good governance systems, but I brought Rwanda as a good example so that I can be able to defend my case. Because Rwanda has achieved a very high growth, so and their situation could be similar to ours. And that's why actually I was thinking if we compare South Sudan and compare to Rwanda and we see why Rwanda is better than South Sudan. So what could be the reason? Is it because Rwanda has some resources that we don't have? But when we compare all these factors, everything is in our side. If it is because of land, we have a bigger land. If it is because of resources, we have so many resources better than Rwanda. Our position, we should be better than Rwanda. Even if we compare the GDP of Rwanda to GDP of South Sudan, also our GDP is higher. But I was comparing the governance, but the progress that they have made. And from this comparison, I came to conclusion that Rwanda is better than us because they have a leader, a leader who knows what actually his what gonna his countries need, and he achieved the objective, which is the growth and prosperity for his own country. Although he will stay in power, he's misused, and he target the opposition. That is other part. But the only thing that we could appreciate from here, they have little resources, they manage their resources, and they achieve a progress better than us with all the resources that we have. So basically, what we can come out from Rwanda is that if you have a good leadership and you have a little resources, you still could achieve some progress for your country. And the example is Rwanda. And if you have all the resources of the whole world and you don't have a leader who have the capability to utilize the potential that you have in order to achieve the progress and the aspiration of your people, you will not achieve anything. And the example is South Sudan. So basically, I do believe that the problem of South Sudan is not about leadership only. I know the institution is better. The institution also is another problem. The corruption is another problem, tribalism, whatever, so many problems that we have. But I believe all these things, if it is in institutions, the institution will not build themselves by themselves. They need somebody to build that in institutions. If it is the corruption cannot be fight by institutions without you having somebody who is for that thing. So basically, all these other things, the institutions, and then the law, it will not take you time. For example, for me to enact the law today, if I'm a leader and I don't have the capacity to do that, I could hire Emmnuel Ajawin, he's Molana, he could do that one for me within 1 month. If it is because of the constitution, I could hire a lawyer who are specialized in constitutions. I could give them my idea, what I want, and they would do it in 1 month. But for you to produce a leader, you cannot get it. You cannot produce a leader within 1 month. Leadership is a cumulative experience of something like, at least to be a good leader. And there is a book that was written, to be a master of everything, you need to have a practice of something around 10,000 hours. 10,000 is something like around 10 years for you to build a good leader. And the problem that we have in Africa is we have one leader and then the good leader, and then we have the rest of them, they are bad leader. So if I have 100 and I have only one leader which is good, so the probability of one leader getting into the higher positions is 1%. It's very slim. But the probability of a bad leader getting into the positions is 99%. So by calculations, they have a higher probability for the bad leader to come up. But when we come to the Western world, what do we have? We have the opposite scenario. They have something like 1,000 or if not 1 million of leaders. And then you could get something like one leader which is bad. So the probability of
with 1 minute, huh?
Yeah. So the probability of good leader getting up into the higher positions is very high compared with the bad leader. So the bad leader could come after 100 years or 20 years. So basically, for us to make the change in South Sudan, we need leaders. We need to train more leaders. We need so that we can increase the probability of getting a good leader on top position. So that good leader will be able to build an institution, will be able to enact the law, will be able to fight corruption, will be able to do all these things.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور فرانسيس. exactly. خلينا ادي فرصه للسفير ايمانويل. انا قبل سيد السفير في واحد من الطلبه بتاع الدكتوراه في لندن من زامبيا هو من واحد يعني بيتكلم في فورم بتاع واحد من الفورم بتاع اليونايتد نيشن. فهو كان يتأقوي انه المشكله بتاعت افريكا ده ليدر. يعني is make a very strong argument. You know what's going on in Africa. Aslan, we don't have good leaders in Africa, so they can implement the policies and even they can train leaders. So let give you also your 7 minutes. تفضل سيد سفير.
Thank you, Edward. But I will protest. You know, the topic that we are having is highly intellectual, it's highly political, and you cannot give it under 7 minutes. You know.
No problem. Let us keep it up.
Okay.
The guy quiz?
Yeah, I think there's a consensus from the last meeting we had.
Yes.
We're not disagreeing with our brother Francis. We actually agreeing that the issues that are causing problems in Africa, the ills in Africa, be it social, economic, and political ills, is not only because of leaders alone or lack of institutions. It can be, a multiple, factors. Leadership is a problem. Institution also is a problem, and other issues that are problems. But let me focus on the issues of institution, because I believe that if institutions are strong and are coherent and bulletproof, you can make someone who's a worse leader to become a good leader, because they will know their limit, they will know their limitation, they will know that there's accountability in case they go wrong. Human beings, as I said in our last discussion, by nature, we are brutal, we are selfish, we are corrupt even. But it is the laws that really, push us to be civil in our action. If today there's no law that prohibit murder or stealing, I'm telling you, you'll have a chaotic United States, But because there are laws in place, people tend to obey the laws because they know the consequences of breaking the laws. Now, let me come to the issue of federalism. We have also agreed that in South Sudan, there's no doubt, we want federalism. But the question I would like to ask, or I would like to explore further, is what kind of federalism, okay, under what kind of a system? And also, federalism in itself as an institution is not enough. You must have also a political ideology that will be able to implement the federalism that you are asking for the achievement and the betterness of mankind. In a simple nutshell, to social, political, and economical development of your own citizens. So federalism, as we said, is actually a devolution of power and wealth to the different levels of the government. You have the federal, you have the state, and you have the local government. So what do you want to do in the Republic of South Sudan? Now we already have 10 states anyway. We're federal, We have 10 states, plus 3 administrative areas now that Kir has just started. Now, how do we make that federalism a success? What is required to make it strong? First is the power. The central government or the federal government must be able to relinquish most of his powers to the state government, which means the issues of the public security. You don't need police, you couldn't mojud for Juba. And I'm at the police, yiji min yei, yiji malakal. Well, the police yiji min yambio, yemshi warap. No. In every state, the state should take the issues of public security as their own policy. They should have their own policy. It should be their own jurisdiction, which means the government should not interfere with the issues of public security unless it threatens the national security of the country. The police should be the right of the state. And you give all the states, for example, United States, I always give that because it's not the best, but at least it's one of the best in terms of federalism. El police with New York, the police with New Jersey, El Gerano, the police in New Jersey is an independent police. The police in New York is independent police. The same thing. The police in Upper Nile should have no link with the police in Jungle State. Because the police or the policing and the numbers of the police in Upper Nile will be determined by the people of Upper Nile according to their own needs and according to their own feeling of how they could feel secure. They could decide to have 2,000 police force if that's what they want for their own security. They may decide they want to have 10,000. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it is the government in the state that pays their own police. So the public security should be there. Okay. Now you come to the issues of governance. Under the current constitution, Kiir can dismiss the governors. Kiir can dismiss elected governors. We don't want governors to be dismissed because this creates political instability. Yani kulu mara hadashub Madam Rejoice when the sima manu television, you know, a album signals, you know, kawazara. That's actually, you know, political terrorism, you know, for the politicians. You know, Madam Rose will appear even if she appears innocently. People will start thinking what is going on, you know, especially in the weekends. We don't want this to happen in South Sudan. We don't want state governors that have been elected by the people of South Sudan or by their own state to be dismissed by the government. Now, this is terms in power and other things. There's other powers, you know, the right of building roads, you know, health system, education. It doesn't need central government. This thing could be left at the level of the state, and the state will also give some powers to the local government. Now, you come to the issue of resources, which is the most important issue. Okay? We need to survive as human beings. So what do? You empower these states by saying the resources within the state should have an upper hand, a bigger percentage of retaining its own resources. If you have oil in Upper Nile, why should the oil, 80% of the oil or 90 should go to Juba? Okay? Why should Upper Nile be given 2%? Why? You know, Upper Nile should take more than that. In terms, the oil is being dug in their areas, the pollution will be in their areas. You know, if there's any consequences that comes from this oil, it will be in their areas. Therefore, you cannot say being 2% is enough for the people of Upper Nile. They need more in their oil and other resources, agricultural resources. The same thing in Eastern Equatoria. You have gold in Eastern Equatoria. Why will people of Eastern Equatoria take given 2% of their gold and 98% goes to Juba? Who is that more in Juba 98%? Who is he? You know, because 98% of the resources should be eaten in the state by the people of the state to provide hospitals and schools for them, to provide clean drinking water. Why do you want to take 98% to Juba? Juba inako haramia. Haramia now in Juba. Okay, they're getting fatter and growing in Juba because they're eating the 98%. We are saying no. 98% of the resources in Eastern Equatoria, be it gold, should remain in Eastern Equatoria. If you go to Western Equatoria, Indom Tig and Mahogany, also 98% should remain there. You know, if Mashuro beta will, beta Rus will, okay, and they produce rice, let the will also maintain their percentage. So we are saying that resources should be for the state, you know, and the government should take a certain number of it. Now, let us break it down. Why will government need to have money in Juba? Government will need to have money in Juba, one, to run the unitary government, because in the parliamentarian that are national. In the wazarat siyadiya mushtaraka. Myself wazarat litihadiya. Okay? In the Ministry of Defense, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Ministry of Intelligence and so forth. Intelligence zatu ma wazara mafruḍ ikun tabel the external security should be actually under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In most countries, you know, security ma gada kun wazara binafsu. Okay. The national security bukun wazara dakhliya. The external security bukun tabele le wazat al-kharijiyya. If you look, for example, MI5 and MI6 with Britannia, MI6 is the external intelligence beta Britain. It belongs to Wazar al-Kharijiyya. It's a directorate in Agindom. Okay. The same thing with MI5. That get internal. Utabel was at the you know. So you need in South Sudan to only pay the civil servant that money. That money, that one of chapter 1 does not need 98% from other states. لأنه قروشهم محدودة. يعني لو جوبا ده بيشيل 2 ولا 5% من كل ولاية العشرة ده كفاية to pay for the civil servant. Now, what you need to do is what Maulana talked earlier. Then you say, let me create what we call equilibrium fund. Tamil trust fund. Trust fund, every state contributes according to the wealth bitam. trust fund that get future. One is for the future.
1 minute, huh? Molana, 1 minute, yeah.
Okay.
Continue.
This trust fund is for the generations to come. Okay. Then the other important of this trust fund, apart from the generations to come, is to help the states that are lagging behind. Will I mind the resources? Will I whatever you may call it? It mind to be troll, mind to shunu. Okay. From this trust fund, the government will do grush. Okay. So that they'll be able to take care of their own needs in terms of hospital, clean water. This is the federalism you need. But the last one I want to talk, and I hope you will give me time on it, is the political ideology of imposing.
No, I will not give you time on that one. Wait for the next one.
I will keep for time being, but I'll take it on in the second round. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me, Anna will keep it 7 minutes. People are too many. Lo fizo lindu der ziyada zay ma Maulana Gibel, just let me know. Kaidi, fadal. Let me give you your time.
Okay, thank you, Brother Edward. Yeah, so yes, I think for me, it's I'm the new person today in the show regarding as far as this topic is regarded. I did watch a little bit the last show a little bit and heard a few things. However, what I would like to say here is that I do agree with Dr. Francis about the issue. What is the issue? Because the issue is mostly the issue of the person who can create those institutions. Like if we don't have good leadership, how can we just have institutions? Sometimes we think that we look at the Western countries and see that they have good institutions, and if we copy them to countries like ours, then automatically things will change. But however, those institutions, when you build them, I don't think those institutions can change behaviors of the people. So it needs someone who has I thought I unmuted myself, Malish. Yeah. So like what I was saying is that I am in line with what Dr. Francis has said in your last show, that the issue in South Sudan is mostly that an issue of leadership and not that much of an institution, because when we look at the Western countries and the institutions that are present and how the system is working, we think that it's just easy if we transfer those institutions into a country like South Sudan, everything will fall in its place and people will start to respect the law and respect human rights and all that. However, we have like a societal dynamic that we have in our countries, and if we don't change ourselves, even if you build whatever institution, those institutions are not going to change our behaviors. So we will continue to do. Sometimes the institution will be built, but it would be there, but it's useless, and nobody would even bother. And if people don't understand why is that institution here or what is the role of that institution, it's not going to help. So like we have to change our behaviors first before we just say like you need that institution. And the building of institution people go on, it goes on as needed. So if we have a good leader who has the political will, like Dr. Francis has brought the example of Rwanda, well, at least Paul Kagame, despite the records of human rights abuses, atrocities that is committed in Rwanda, at least he has that political will to build his country. And to tell you the truth, there is no country that is free of human rights atrocities. Even the democratic countries, they are very discreet in the way they abuse human rights, to the extent that we do not believe that this thing is happening in America or in Canada or in Australia. So this is just something I would like to add onto what both Dr. Francis and Emmnuel Ajawin have said.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Kaidi, for being brief. Let me go to Sister Tereza. أنا برضو أنا داير باقي المتحدثين برضو انا بعدين دايركم تعلقوا في موضوع في سيستر كيادي قال موضوع مهم جدا اللي هي موضوع ايشو بتاع changing behavior. So the question will go ahead, how can we play a role to change our behavior as South Sudanese. الحاجه برضو انا داير اضيفه في الحته ده، واحده من النقاط الدكتور مهادير محمد كتبه في الكتاب بتاعه انه ماليا they need to change their behaviors. وفي هو سلسل في قدام انه فعلا لما جاء عمل ريفيو للكتاب انه الايشو بتاع changing behavior بتاع النازل and inbreeding الشغله بتاع الزواج بتاع الاغارب people they start changing it. So ده ادى مثال انه those people they can cope with the issue بتاع transformation and development and this thing. فده نحن جنوب السودان واحده من العقبات اللي قاعد يجيب امام انه الناس تتقدم وتطبيق قانوني behavior بتاعتنا ذاته. So انا بتمنى انه تعلقوا فوق when we come to another. Let's go to Sister Tereza.
شكرا اخوي ادوار، وبرضه داير اشكر كل الاخوه اللي شاركوا باراء بتاعهم، وانا هتكلم هنا شويه بعربي برضه.
هتكلم بعربي يعني.
المؤمن توازن.
تمام.
انا تابعت طبعا الحلقه اللي فاتت، وبرضه مرات بيكون كويس لما الزول يكون قاعد ويشاهد البرنامج وممكن بيستفيد وبيستمتع اكثر. فاتفقت مع كل الاخوه اللي هو فرانسيس وايمانويل في الكلام اللي هم قالوا فيه اتكلموا فيه. احنا فعلا عندنا مشكله بتاع ازمه بتاع ليدرشيب برادر ادوارد، عندنا ازمه بتاع ليدرشيب. ما بيعني بانه we don't have leaders in South Sudan. We do have leaders, but only we have wrong leaders controlling the decision in our country. زي ما انت ذكرت قبل وكلام قالوا برضه، انت ذكرت بانه في واحد كان يتكلم في ديبيت بيتكلم عن موضوع بتاع افريقيا.
African, yes.
It's a issue of leadership.
Yeah.
ده نفس حاجه احنا كنا مشينا في ميتينج برضه في ده كان في الهند. في واحد جا قال يا اخي Africa is a corrupt continent and so on. انا قلت له no, Africa is not a corrupt continent, but we have an issue of an institution, an issue of leaders. المشكله بتاعنا ده مشكله بتاع leaders. The leaders are corrupt. They're corrupt. We have a corrupt system. Yeah. So when you have a good leader who will be able to, to initiate those institutions that we have, he will be able, like for instance, let's just go back to what we have an example of good leader. Okay. You have Dr. John Magufuli of Tanzania. Should be a good example for us if we are talking about leadership. He came, he replaced someone, and he started to do a lot of changes. The system, the institution was there, but he just went and, he implemented everything based on the laws that they have in their country. That made what we call it, the changes, what actually our sister Kaidi, we have to change our attitude. Which attitude are we talking about? Of course, corruption. We have to apply the laws and accept that those laws can be applied on us whenever يعني احنا لو خالفنا قاعدة قانونية بيتم محاكمة بتاعنا based on قانون. يعني ناس زي كلام اللي احنا بنتكلم هنا بموضوع بتاع institution وموضوع بتاع انك ما عندك يعني قائد في البلد، لانه بيقودنا زول هم ما بيعرف معنى بتاع الدولة هو شنو، ما معنى بتاع النظام هو شنو، معنى بتاع المؤسسات هو شنو. المؤسسات دي ما كانت موجودة كده. احنا ناخد شوية من تجربة بتاع بعد توقيع اتفاقية أديس أبابا. ما المؤسسات دي كان بقى تشتغل، بقى في نوع من ازدهار بتاع نوع من ديمقراطية، وده السبب اللي خلى انه نميري يضرب يجي بقانون انه يقسم جنوب الى 3 اقاليم منه جاء بعده ايشو بتاع كوكورا. فانا داير نقول انه المشكله الحقيقيه بيكمن. طبعا احنا اي بلد لازم يكون عنده نظام حكم واضح، واحنا اتفقنا بانه نظام الحكم الفدرالي مهم جدا. البيليو شنو؟ البيليو قياده رشيده يقوم بتطبيق هذا النظام. نمرة 3 في مشكلة بتاع إدارة الموارد. أخونا مولانا ذكر إدارة الموارد، ما موارد بس كموارد طبيعية الموجودة، حتى مورد البشري. ما عندنا في نسبة بتاع أمية كبيرة في البلد. فأنت how will you fight this؟ how can you fight it؟ عندك يا مشكلة إنه بتشوف ناس مثلا الناس لسه كوميونيتي بيشاكلوا مع بعض في كلام حتى حاجة بسيط موضوع زواج وما أدراك، ده بيتم تطبيقه، بيتم محاربة بتاع حاجات ده كيف؟ عن طريق بتاع التعليم. ما أنت لازم you need to utilize those resources, human resources. أنت تعلم عشان يكون قوة فاعلة، عشان يقدر يقوم بأعمال، وده بيساعدنا في الشغل بتاع إنه لما نحن نقول devolution of power to the lower levels. ناس منو يا هيقوموا بتنفيذ بتاع power. those are those people مع السلطات الموجودة. كويس. اللي هو المشكلة بتاع العدالة الاجتماعية ما بين الناس. كويس. العدالة الاجتماعية والانتقالية مهم جدا. واحنا برضو لما نقول موضوع بتاع الانستيتيوشن that our laws also الدساتير بتاعنا المحلية لازم يتماشى مع الظروف المتاحة في هذه الولايات. كويس. وموضوع بتاع انه شنو؟ استغلالية في السلطات الثلاثة في الدولة، التنفيذية والتشريعية والقضائية. ده بيضمن لنا انه يكون عندنا دولة فاعلة واحنا ممكن ننفذه. طيب ليه احنا بنحترم الدستور؟ ليه بنحترم قوانين لما نحن نكون في امريكا؟ ليه لما نكون في اوروبا بنحترم القوانين بتاع الدول دي؟ لانه القانون ده صارم وبيتم تنفيذه لاي زول من دون مجاملة. فده نفس حاجة بيرجع لموضوع بتاع اتيتيود، انه لما نجي ننفذ القانون يا اخي ما تقول لي عشان مثلا انا بارياوي او انا دينكاوي او انا كده الزول ده ممكن يفلت من القانون. انت نفذ القانون ده. يعني زي الكوربشن اللي حصل، انه بتلقى انه وزير بتاع الماليه هو يعني he's using the public fund. ده في الدول زي امريكا ده he will go right away to the prison. ما في كلام كتير. so ده attitude بتاعنا لازم احنا نغير. the money that we have there is a public money. ده ما قروش بتاعنا اللي احنا شنو we need to cash it anytime that we want. اي حاجه احنا بنعمل به. فالمفهوم ده لازم يتم تغييره. انت ما ممكن تمسك البلد ده زي كأن لانه you own it as your own. You are there as a servant. You are there to serve the people, to provide service for the people of South Sudan out to your country. فعشان كده انا باخد فعلا هو النظام الفدرالي اللي هو الرئاسي.
دقائق بتاعك انت.
خلاص اوكي شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا. Let's go to مولانا ميان.
Thank you. I think I will deal with one part of the question, that is the executive part.
Okay.
Then we go to federalism later because of time.
Okay.
With regard to presidential system or parliamentary system, let us first put our case into historical context and the system that we have inherited from Khartoum through the CPA. We have inherited a one-party system. The CPA gave power to the NCP in the north and to the SPLM in the south. Within the one-party system, there was also a military dictatorship. So these are two centralized systems that coexisted together in one country, that is South Sudan. The military dictatorship was transported to governing even the states. The states were governed as military garrisons. All the governors were active military officers, active duty military officers. The SPLM said that there is a multi-party system in the constitution. It put the multi-party system in the constitution, but practically it was a one-party system where these power relations, because when you look at presidential system or parliamentary system, you are talking about power relations between three institutions. Maulana Tereza talked about the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. The power relations between these three institutions define the level of control that the executive has. At the time of consolidation of power, This applies to most other African countries in their post-independence history, the 50s and 60s. Most governments were, especially these Anglophone countries, had prime ministers in the same way that the British system was based on prime ministers. Kenyatta was a prime minister, Al-Hazari was a prime minister, Obote prime minister, Patrice Lumumba was a prime minister, Nyerere was a prime minister, Kwame Nkrumah was a prime minister. It goes. In Nigeria, it was a prime minister. But once they got the power, they changed their countries into one-party systems and changed them from prime minister's position to consolidate more power into one man's hand. They went into a presidential system. And by its nature, the presidential system gives the executive strong power over institutions of the state, over the military, over the police forces, and it is the executive that runs everything. But if it is an ideal system, then the presidency or the executive gives powers to the judiciary in terms of judicial review of administrative actions. It is good for the judiciary to check the work of the police and the rule of law, because it is judges who know and lawyers who know how to apply the rule of law. The police are law enforcement agents. They are not actually so deep into the rule of law. They enforce the laws that are passed by parliament. The parliament also must have the power of oversight over the executive. The checks and balances are based on these power relations between these three institutions. But when we come to South Sudan, the SPLM did not want their ministers to be checked by anybody. The parliament itself was also controlled by the same party, the SPLM. The ministers did not come to parliament. I was director for legislation in the first parliament in 12 years ago. I was acting legal advisor as well. I wrote so many summonses to ministers to come through the speaker, who was Waniga, and we expected them to table quarterly reports. Every minister is supposed to table to the parliament 4 times what they have done through the budget. Because when the budget is passed sent to the parliament by the executive, then the president should take his hands off and allow these people to be checked by parliament. And that will even lead to his own success. But it was a chaotic situation where ministers did not come to parliament, where the police and the military were free to do whatever they wanted without any checks and balances. There is a saying that if men were angels, no government would be necessary. Lo kan al-nas malaika. Malaika ma bahtaju hukuma aslan. And if angels were to govern men, lo kan malaika yahul biga hukuma bita nas, then ma fi checks and balances, because malaika ma basirik ma ba'mal hajat kida. But that is why we want checks and balances, because we are human beings. We have to be checked. We are not angels. And we expected that the one-party system that was inherited from Khartoum to be dismantled fast. If not dismantled fast, the checks and balances that are in these systems should have been adhered to for the success of the party itself. But the president was not willing to allow his ministers to go, because they were his ministers. The parliament, whatever is passed, it is the SPLM caucus that is called first to pass certain laws, and the president himself would come to parliament, then they go in and they vote according to the majority, the parliament, the party majority. This is what has failed South Sudan. The foundation of the state was not based on any system. It was a military regime, and it was a one-party system, and there was no transition to a real.
Your minute is finished, but concluding, just let me give you 1 minute more to conclude. Yeah.
So it is. I agree with those of Dr. Francis that it is human beings first who create institutions. Because if you have a parliament, this is an institution. If you have a court, this is an institution. But it is us as human beings to create these institutions. I also agree with Emmnuel Ajawin, of course, because he knows the importance of institutions in place. But once you create these institutions, then you practice. Kaidi talks about practice, and Kaidi talks about practice and getting used to the system itself, to these institutions, how to run them. Then after that, the transition will be smoother. Then the institutions will now be able to check human beings. But it is human beings to create these institutions first, and we have failed to create institutions in South Sudan. That is why we are in a mess. Thank you.
Yeah, شكرا لك مولانا ميان. أنا قبل ما أمشي لفرانسيس، أنا هنا ربما 3/4 بتاعنا القاعدين في كاميرا دانينا كنا في جنوب السودان وكنا في جوبا، وكلنا كنا بنعلم إنه جنوب السودان لما هنا انفصلنا من الشمال جينا بمؤسسات أو لو ناس رجعت للتكتيك بتاعت الاتفاق السلام. الهدف بتاع إنه يتم تمثيل جنوبين في الحكومة الاتحادية على الأساس الناس اللي ما كان عندهم خبرات يتدربوا. ولو أنتم ملاحظين يا سيد السفير وميان وكيادي وفرانسيس وتريزا، أنا ديل أنا اشتغلت في الحكومة الاتحادية في السودان عن طريق البابليك سيرفيس، مش قدمت عادي، لكن جابوا نسبة 20%. نسبة 20% ديل من كل المؤسسات جابوهم كناس بتاع الاتفاقية على الأساس جنوبيين يكونوا موجودين في وزارات الاتحادية. إن كيس جنوب السودان انفصل، ديل اكشوالي بيمشي بخبرات ان اديشن للجنوبيين اللي كانوا موجودين في الشمال. طيب انا داير اقول الكلام ده ليه؟ لانه مهم لو اننا قدرنا نشخص انه نتفق انه مؤسسات في جنوب كويس، مؤسسات في بيزك بتاع الانستتيوشن في ساوث السودان. لكن what was the problem? Let me try to this عشان برضه على الاقل نصل لحاجه. المشكله كان وين؟ المشكله في انه الحصل من قبل الحركه الشعبيه جابت كوادر ما مؤهله. يعني مثلا خلينا اشتغل معكم باكزامبل. المطار جابوا لنا زول عنانيا ساكت كويس. سوري فور ذا كلمه يعني معلش ممكن
خلي بالك.
لا خلي بالك يا كومريد، ممكن نعدي سوري يعني خلينا نعدي للمصطلح.
ساكت فعلا، ما هو ما عنده خبره.
هو معلش يعني، لكن انا ما اعرف المصطلح، انا ممكن استغربه، لكن يعني زول ما عنده خبره في مجال بتاع الطيران، لا بيعرف القوانين بتاعت ايكا، ولا بيعرف المطارات ده بيديروا كيف، لا بيدي ده كله. ده كان يعني زول زي تجيبه تخطه هيد بتاعت مطار جوبا. وات ار يو اكسبكتنج؟ الشغل ده داير سياسات، داير استراتيجيات، داير كده. يلا بعد ذاك الكوادر انتهت، الناس جو من الخرطوم شردهم بالمناسبه. يعني انا لو قلت لك يا ميان ومولانا ونينا قاعدين نعترف انه فعلا الخطر لازم نشخصه صح. كوادر كانوا موجودين بالمناسبه حتى في السيفل افيشن. كان يو بليف انه في الشركه بتاعت سودانير في الزقت بتاعهم كان عندنا جنوبيين كويس. عندنا الجنوبيين كانوا في الطيران المدني في اداره بتاعتهم في السودان. شيل الكلام ده دخلوا في بعض المؤسسات الثانيه. المشكله بتاعتنا ما كان في انستتيوشن، المؤسسات كانت موجوده وعندنا كوادر. نمسك الاطباء، نمسك الصيادله ديل، ناس فرانسيس ديل كويس. في صيادله جو من السودان، في اطباء كانوا جو من السودان منظمين. لكن المشكله اللي كانت وين؟ المشكله انه في تاسيس هذه المؤسسات عشان يخطوا ناس اللي بيقدروا ياسسوا المؤسسات ذاتها ويطبقوا القانون. فكده هنا نشخص ونتفق عشان نقدر لو ما عندنا مؤسسات في جنوب السودان عشان اوكي أننا ممكن نعمل شو تاني. اوكي how we are going to build those institutions. نبني مؤسسات كيف؟ لانه ما عندنا مؤسسات، ما عندنا غايد، ما عندنا مؤسسات. بس لازم نتفق انه عندنا مؤسسات. المشكله الناس تدمر المؤسسات لانه ما في بخطوا الزول المناسب في مكان المناسب، يعني هو يقدر ينفذ السياسات. ندي دكتور فرانسيس 7 minutes. actually هنا ماشيين ل the last 1 hour. تفضل دكتور.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you that in South Sudan we have institutions, but this institution is functionless. Why these institutions are functionless? Is because they lack the backup from the leadership. There is no empowerment for these institutions. So, for example, لو جنرال الليلة مثلا مشى شال بيت بتاع زول وبوليس جاء وحرس بوليس, do you think the general is bigger than the president? No. لو البريزيدنت يتدخل الجنرال ده بكره ممكن يدخله جوا. لو كان البريزيدنت بيتدخل بصفه ده كان ما في زول انه بيكسر اي قانون. لكن the problem is the top leadership, they are the one who are breaking the rule, whom they believe انه ناس بتاع SPLM they're above the law, all of them. You see, so that is the main problem. Coming to the point that Sister Kaidi make, you see, change is not an easy thing because there is a way that you've been raised or you've been taught at school, something like 30 years or the whole of your life. A lot of us, we make a resolution in the new year that I want to do this and want to do this by next year. But how many of us who actually stick to that resolution that we make? Only few. So these people, they've been in the bush for 21 years. Okay, the only thing that they know is they were trained to fight. That is the only thing that they know. But management and whatever, all providing security, important of education, important, all these things, they are not essential because the main objective of the army by then is to liberate the country. That was the main objective. So when the peace agreement was signed in 2005, they were supposed the SPLM to be open so that they can be able to get some help from some other expert. But they try to exclude people who are in Khartoums. These are Khartoumers. Even when I joined the medical corps, all of us, we've been called Khartoumers.
Yes.
And every time when we were seeing whatever is going on within the medical corps, we say that even the issue of promotion, we say we need to have a guideline that regulate who come first and who come last. You see what they do? They say in the SPLA is a command. It's about command. The command is mean that in the army, the instruction has to come from top down and nothing from down to up. So the people who know something, they are down there. But there is no way that can send the suggestion and push the agenda of change up there. And all of them, if it is in SPLM and whatever, all of them, they were in the army. Because actually, Dr. Jongaran, when he formed, he tried to critique the way that the Joseph Lago was running the movement by then, because most of the people, they weren't going to go into politics and nobody was going to go and fight. So according to him, he blocked all these politicians. If you want to come to SPLM, you have to come through the army. So everybody is a general, and therefore the change was very difficult. It's not because we don't have an institution, but these institutions were not power enough. The anti-corruption, for example, it was toothless. There were no power given to them so that they can prosecute. See, is that the problem of anti-corruption? No, they were willing to do their job, but the problem, the president has not empowered them. That is the main problem. That's why I'm saying that the issue of the leadership is very important, and we need to get it right. And thank God that all of us, we are in the same picture. The issue about the federalism, most of people who actually try to promote federalism, they cited they weren't going to get rid of corruptions, but they didn't know that corruption also can follow the money. So if you take the resources to the state, all these general and whatever who are in Juba, nobody would be in Juba. What they would do, they follow that one. So running away from the problem is not a solution. You see, so because everybody say right now, okay, I will run out and go to my state. I have resources. I will make use of them. So let those in Juba fight their fight. No, they will come. You need to understand these people, they follow the money. If there is a money in the state, they will go. If it is in the county, they follow the money. The important thing also that even the implementation of the federalism, it needs to be slow, because the federalism within a weak central government, it will not work. Because we have rebellions, we have generals who have militias. These militias, if there is a resources in the state, they will fight the state. And we don't have a national army that can be able to tackle that one. That is issue need going to be considered also. So Emmnuel talked about the distribution of wealth 298. I don't think that one is not realistic. There is no any taxation that can sustain even one hospital or one school. How many percent of the people who are employed in South Sudan? 17%. Population of South Sudan is 11 million. So you have 1.8 million. These are people who are employed. Most of them, they get less than $20 per month. So $20, how much are they going to pay for tax? $2? $2, that means they're paying 0.2 cents to each state. Will that sustain anything? No, it will not sustain anything. So this issue in Africa, most of the time we try going to change the system, and we haven't critically see feasibility of this one. Let us take, for example, and that is the problem of the leader of the SPLM. All of them, they are sympathizer and they don't have any clear vision. Take, for example, Dr. Riek Machar. According to the Hilda Johnson book, he asked Dr. Riek Machar, you guys are shutting down the oil right now. How are you going to run the government? Imagine what Dr. Riek said. He said it is almost 3 months for us going to construct a new pipeline to Kenya and we export our oil there. He doesn't know his capacity, how much it will cost, what is the feasibility, whether Kenya will accept that one or not. So it's just something that we just do from blue. So Hilda was shocked from somebody who is a PhD holder to just يقول كلام زي كلام اللي قاعد يقوله Emmnuel يا كلام بتاع انتهايات. Basically we need going to understand that even the issue of oil and commodities, the world is no longer depending on commodities. Look at the best countries in the world who are governing, like Finland, like Belgium, like Japan, like what? The best country who are governing and their people, they're very happy. 70% of their revenue or GDP come from where? From surface. Even the oil, the people who are running for oil so that they can be able to have the oil for themselves, for example. The oil is likely in 10 years, there is no value for oil. Even the barrel of water will be much expensive than the oil. So if you guys just following, that is the trend, people that are trying to run from the problem will come and follow you.
شكرا دكتور فرانسيس. انا قبل ما ادي عجبني كلام الاخير تعليق بتاع South Sudanese PhD holder, like the تعليق بتاعه زي تعليق بتاع الناس بتاع عندايات. I like that. Thank you so much. قبل ما ندي فرصه لإيمانويل and the rest, دكتور فرانسيس ادى example بتاع فرانسيس mute yourself. ادى example بتاع انه جنرالات في جنوب السودان فوق القانون. انتوا سامعين الكلام بتاعي؟ الجنرالات ديل فوق القانون. انا داير اديكم اكزامبل عشان انتوا لما تيجوا، لانه نحن دايرين نشخص المشكله بالضبط في جنوب السودان وين. اخذ اكزامبل بتاع جنرال قرقوري اللي هو لواء قرقوري اللي بيبقى للمره بتاع الرئيس. لواء قرقوري يبيهيف في محكمه، مشى مع زول دايركت على الوطن بتاع زول واحد شمالي في محكمه بتاع المديريه، وفي قدام القاضي ادى الزول ده كف ومشى شال الورق والسيد الوطن زاد دكب وجرى. المهم يعني هذا كان بشتني جدا.
والله مسدس وهاي يعني he raised his gun up.
So the second day انا كنت قاعد في جوبا. The second day الصحفي مايكل كريستوفر تقريبا كان في كندا في محكمه، فهو كتب عن الحدث في داخل المحكمه. اليوم التالي يا فرانسيس لو تتذكر مايكل كريستوفر مشى قبضوه شالوه ودوه معتقل تاع الجيش كصحفي. This is one example. عشان هنا انا كلنا كمواطنين في جوبا اتوقعنا انه الرئيس كير هيدخل وقرقوري هيدخلوه في السجن، لكن للاسف الشديد الحاله ده كان حاله شائعه في جوبا، ومايكل كريستوفر قاعد في السجن كم يوم تقريبا. if he is watching this video, he can make a correction. Who can guide كم يوم. لكن what I know إنه تم اتغاله دخلوا في السجن. ده جانب. النقطة الثانية برضه correction عشان نشخص المشكلة بتاع جنوب السودان. المشاكل بتاع الوطن أراضي الموجود في جوبا complaining بتاع مواطنين الناس اللي بيطلعوا في الوطن اللي جماعة ده جنرالات بتاع الجيش. ده الناس اللي عندهم سلاح. ده الناس اللي عندهم gun. Those are protected by power. All these complaints, actually what I know so far, they go to the president, and President Kiir, he had information about kind of these activities. So he's not taking an action, which is meaning no, President Kiir is part of, because he's a man who was a strong leader, ممكن يقود البلد على الأقل اللي بيحصل ده كان should not stop. So let's give chance to Ambassador Emmnuel.
No, thank you, Edward. Thank you. The debate, we are having an interesting debate, but Dr. Francis, although you are not very clear on federalism, you have not given really a very convincing kind of an argument, because I think you misunderstood what people are demanding federalism. People are not demanding federalism as a reaction for anti-corruption. That's not the demand of why people are demanding federalism. Well, nobody's running from responsibilities. Federalism you know. Federalism is actually a solution to the crisis our country is in. Okay, what you have now is a centralized system of government. This is what we have seen. Centralized form of system of governance has led to marginalization of the people of the free-frees, has led to the marginalization of the majority of South Sudanese in terms of political decision and in terms of wealth sharing. You know, the only proponent who will support centralization is those who are benefiting from the centralized form of system. جنوبين وكطالبوا الفدرالية سنة 47 كان في corruption هنا ذاك. You know, federal system is a form of governance that it brings the power and the wealth to the people. Okay, when I talked about 98%, I'll just give you an example that the states should continue having the majority of their resources. In Canada, for example, Western Canada, in Canada, by the way, under the Canadian Constitution, the resources within any principalities, you know, or territory is owned by that state. You know, is owned by that state. You know, so there's no any justification on earth someone can convince me that Juba needs 90% of the wealth in the state. Let us look at what Juba does. Okay, as I said earlier, Juba is only an administrative unit. Juba is only an administrative unit, you know, to ensure that there's a smooth relationship between the various states. هيكون فوقه برلمان القومي، هيكون فوقه وزراء الاتحادين، هيكون فوقه وزارات الاتحادية. They low 98% من كل قروش تأكله ولا يمشي جوبا. That's completely insane. Okay, while you know that what you need to do is to keep the money within the states. What you need in Juba is only chapter 1, you know, and what you need to do in Juba is to create a trust fund. A trust fund, there's something called equilibrium fund when you have federal system. Every state contributes to this equilibrium fund. Equilibrium fund will help a state mind gurush, you know, to help them. The government, of course, will have taxation. You know, there's something called concurrence, you know, concurrent laws or concurrent relations between the government, the state, the federal and the state, you know, and between the state and themselves. You know, taxation also, government has tax, but it does not mean that 98 or 70% of the resources and the tax within the states goes all the way to Juba. To me, it doesn't make any sense because Juba is only an administrative unit to administer what is going on. Coming to the other issue that is really important is the issue of personalities. Ya Jama, before human beings, before they surrender their rights, in the ancient times, in what we call the public contract, a social contract. Yeah. Government social contract, everybody lives in their own, do whatever they want. And life become nasty, brutal, and short. Because everybody will be fighting, there will be no security. Now, when we decide that let us have a social contract, you draft the social contract first before you decide who will be your king or who will be your leader. It is based on that social contract that leaders are made and kings are made, you know, because they have a contract to implement. So I believe, and I still insist, that institutions are the primary goals of anything. Even America, 200 years did not just start like that, did not have a lot of professors. But they put a system in place. They put an American constitution first in place. It is that constitution that governs the relationship between the people and those who are governing them, between the states and the states, between the state and the federal system. It is the constitution first. It's the Bible. Nobody can convince me that you can bring a leader. Yes, leaders, sometimes they come by accident, you know, and no leaders, Mayen has said, unless you have angels. Otherwise, everybody is imperfect. What is needed is, yes, Kir has not shown himself to be a good leader. But in absence of institutions, nobody can be a good leader. A good leader must be guided by laws. A good leader must abide to the constitution that has been drafted, that has been accepted by the people. In absence of that, it is wishful thinking to think that you can bring an angel to rule over us. Okay. Now you come to the institutions. You know that you don't call this really an institution per se, because what does institutions mean? Institutions means and something that is working. You know, something that is able to work and achieve its objective. That's institutions. Institutions ma haikalat, ma wazarat, mungkin ukunda wazarat dakhiliya. But what does it mean? Loman ma shagalin shughul dakhiliya. It means nothing. You know, as you put it correctly, in South Sudan you have anti-corruption commission. Okay, but is anti-corruption commission as an institution? It's not. We know very well anti-corruption commission is run by the president. You know, how many individuals President Kir has pardoned from prison? Those who have been corrupt. Have they been sentenced by anti-corruption commission? No. Leave alone that. Anti-corruption commission was formed before even passing a bill of crimes, what we call the economical crimes in the country. Mafi economical crimes. Mafi bill. Okay, you go and form an anti-corruption commission. Ayakum based on what? Even corruption itself. How do you define corruption? Ma mawjud fi this fi qanun. Yangal ma tatla qanun ta'mal anti-corruption commission. It doesn't work that way, and then you call it an institution. No. What is needed is strong laws in place first. You need to establish strong laws. Anybody that comes will be governed by the laws that have been put in place. Without laws, there is no person that can say, well, Anna, because of my charisma, I can run the country. No. And institutions are not built by individuals, by the way. This is the correction I would like to make. Institutions are not built by individuals. Institution is built by the whole public. Why do we say that the constitution of Junior Sudan must be put into a referendum? Why do we say that? Because we want constitution is the governing relationship between the people and the government. But we want the people to decide on it. We should just say, well, Salva Kiir, you go form a committee, draft it, and pass the constitution. No. Laws and institutions are built by the people, not by individuals. It is the people that decide what kind of institution they have and what kind of relationship they should have with institutions. You know, that's how people have been taught, you know. But you cannot just say, well, I'm an individual there, I get Emmnuel Ajawin, Zolgari, let him be president, everything will be fine. It will never happen. Emmnuel Ajawin, they law Let me
give you 1 minute to conclude, yeah.
Yeah, Emmnuel Ajawin needs laws to govern him. Without those laws, Emmnuel Ajawin will become corrupt like Kir, and he become a worse dictator than Kir, you know. But you need laws to be put in place first. So I believe still that institutions are important and personalities will follow next. But I also like to concur with Maulana Mayen. What we need is a parliamentarian system. The presidential system in the country has taken where we are today. It is because we have a presidential system that have created a dictator. Presidential system works in countries where 80% at least or more people are educated and literate. You cannot have a presidential system to function well in the 80% misukan bita ummin marfin yagru hum marfin huququm zadu shunu mana haykun dak zol dictator mustapid zay Salva Kiir mayardid, you know. He can dismiss the governors. He can even come and dismiss the parliament, by the way, fil qanun fil dastur bitaw. He can dismiss the parliament, you know. Rais can dismiss the parliament, you know. So we are saying we don't need dictatorship. We need people who are answerable, as Maulana Mayen has said, to the parliament. They can be summoned by the parliament, these ministers. They're answerable to the parliament. And if parliament doesn't like them, they get impeached. That's how it is. But Junubin, if you want to create kings, you'll be like the Jews, you know, who are demanding and are saying that they're in milik lena. Okay, jalo milik de galon frazu bika bukoru. Sol galo magud neleku. You know, so let us be careful not to bring dictators who tomorrow will arrest all of us in prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Maulana. This is a Kayani. Maulana.
Okay. Thank you. Once again, I have a few points that I would like to tackle with regards to the institutions. I think, like Dr. Francis was saying, that we do have institutions. yes, the institutions that you're talking about, like Emmnuel Ajawin was saying, these were institutions just, I think the way they were made, there were people, I was in Rumbek when everything was being talked about. How are we going to govern South Sudan? What are the institutions that we need? And I work with one of the organizations that was key to helping the SPLM at that time to what type of institution they're going to need. So this Human Rights Commission, whatever, anti-corruption, all those commissions, it's the system. Most of them, these people were Westerners. And they were saying like, yeah, you need this in place. And I remember one of my senior managers, when we discuss sometimes about these institutions, and he tells me, you know, Kaidi, yeah, don't bother yourself too much. These things are not going to work. Well, because they know, but at least, well, this is how it's supposed to be. But they know with the situation and the type of people and the type of behaviors, it might not work at all. And like we have seen, it's not working. When we talk about laws, Emmnuel Ajawin is saying that the laws must be in place so that if they bring a leader, the leader needs to respect the law. But I think we do have the laws, and it's the same thing of behavior. What is this law? And raise law there, and I can change it within like a night and a day. So this is the thing, the laws, even if the laws is there and the people do not understand, the leadership doesn't respect the law that they make or that is made to govern the country, then even if it's not gonna be helpful. I would like to disagree with Dr. Francis as well on why do people in South Sudan talk about having federalism as an alternative to South Sudan. Of course, maybe you tackled that in the other show. I didn't listen to the whole show, but I think when we look at the South Sudanese society, we are multinational, we are multicultural, we have ethnic minorities. Usually, sometimes we deny that, we don't even think about that, we don't even talk about our ethnic minorities like they don't exist. But we do have ethnic minorities who are, they're South Sudanese. There's no way we are going to tell them get out of South Sudan. We have different religions, so we sometimes the way that we look, South Sudan is being governed with this system. It's actually a dictatorship, yes, this presidential, but it's a dictatorship that calls itself a presidential system. There's a lot of discrepancies in how the country is governed, because a lot of people feel that they are being, it's not only marginalization, but for example, their culture, their other cultures are being imposed on them, right? We look at, for example, there's something in South Sudan, but people say if they want to appoint a woman to any place, they look at the nationality of the husband or the state of the husband. Where did they bring that law from? Yeah, it's and some people in Western Balkazar, sometimes when my people, they talk about that, and I tell them, what are you talking about? That's like, it doesn't exist. They say, no, this siyasa bita SPLM. It's not siyasa bita SPLM. These are cultures. These are culture of some groups in South Sudan, and they practice it. So in my state, that culture doesn't exist. Why do I have to be submitted to the cultures of other communities that I don't belong to? So that's why we think that if it's a federal system, then we can implement the laws that we understand that is compatible with our cultures. We have the issues of language. My people, they mostly they were educated in Arabic, and when you go to South Sudan, the central government, English is the official language. So most of the time, when they send people to come, for example, to train people in WOW, and I see that especially women, they're sent back that you guys know, because you don't know English, you won't be able to understand. So they send them back. And I work with them, why are you back? I thought you were going to a course. They said, no, I needed English. Well, so how is that going to work? Like, and these things, they are not being taken into consideration. So if in a federal system, we in WOW, we can say, well, we'll use both languages, English and Arabic. We can decide to introduce French in our schools because our neighbors, they all speak French. We are closer to Central Africa. We're closer to Chad. We're closer to those sides of the continent. Why not learn a language that will help us interact with those people? Why only impose us towards East Africa, where we are hundreds of miles, kilometers away from this East Africa? So these are the things why people look at it. The issue of the cows now that is causing problems all over South Sudan. And the central government is doing nothing about it because actually they own those cows. That's the reason. But if in a federal system, we can make our own laws. How those cows, where can they come for grazing? Like people at Ambororo is there, and Ambororo is never causing any problems. And if any problems occurs, it is solved. So these are the reasons. Sometimes, like if you're traveling, if you want to travel from any other state in South Sudan, but you have to go to Juba. First of all, it costs you money to go to Juba because the embassies are all there. You get your visa, you have to live there, spend money, and then buy another ticket to travel. Why can't I have a consulate in WOW so that I can get my visa and then travel direct from WOW, go to Nairobi? So these are some of the things. We produce goods. Why do I have to send it to Mombasa and there's maybe a different port that is closer to me, but we don't want to build roads to connect us to those places? So these are all the kind of things that as a state you can take, you can make those decisions. I'm not saying that your
minute is finished, but you take 1 minute or 2 minutes just to finish.
Okay, yeah. So there's some disadvantages also to federalism, like we said, because there will be, because of discrepancies in wealth between the states, we are going to see that some states will be lagging in education, for example. Health system is very important. How many hospitals do we have? If we say if I have here, if I'm in my province, in the other province I'm supposed to pay, but I'm covered with my health insurance. However, in South Sudan, if you have to travel and then to go pay for your medical expenses because you don't have a hospital in your place, I don't think that would be acceptable. So because majority of the states will suffer from that. So, and corruption doesn't, I agree with you also, Dr. Francis, that corruption doesn't go away when we make federalism, because if we look at Nigeria, like even the governors, they're the ones stealing the state money. And then the division, Nigeria started as 2 regions of federalism, and they ended up into 36 because every time they're breaking up, because this clan wants money and is being marginalized. So they say, we want our state. So doesn't mean that our problems are going to go away right away once we do, but we have to go step at a time, create our institution as we need them. Thank you. I know it took longer, but thanks for letting me finish.
Thank you. Shukran, Sister Kaidi. Ana fi تعليق على رفعه فوق بشوية. أنا رفعه فوق لأنه كيادي هي كان قاعد يقول الحقائق. والنقاط اللي أشار له Sister Kaidi, this is the real and the main problem in our country. So لمن زول ناس بيتكلموا الحاجات زي ده، those are ناس اللي بيحسوا إنه يعني إنه الكلام اللي بيتقال ده يفترض ما يتقال. انا داير اقول انه كيادي اشار لنقاط مهمه جدا والزمن بتاعنا ماشي ينتهي، لكن we are going to repeat the show. اننا ماشيين نعمل نمبر 3. ليه؟ لانه انتوا لو رجعتوا للسبب بتاع تطبيق الفدراليه في الدول، الفدراليه بتطبق في الدول اللي فيه تحدد ثقافي وفيه تعدد بتاع مجموعات اصلا لهم لغات مختلفه وكده، عشان كل مجموعه في their own state بدون فرصه انه لازم بيلعب القانون بتاعهم based on the multicultural في الستيت ذاتها، التحدد اللغوي، الطبيعه بتاع الناس، الثقافات الناس. It's very simple، بالذات البلد المتحدد الثقافات والعادات. الكلام قالوا كيادي هسه كيادي والناس بيشوفوا انه لا، لكن this is the main problem الخالق عدم الاستقرار في جنوب السودان. Let's go to Sister Tereza. Actually بغلنا تقريبا اقل من 20 دقيقه. انا اخلي تريزا ياخذ 7 دقائق بتاعه ومولانا ميان ياخذ 7 دقائق بتاعه، but the last انا بدي كل زول دقيقتين and we will come up again we will talk when we're going to finish.
شكرا اخوي ادوار. وانا دار نشكر سيستر كايدي. هي ذكرت حاجات حقيقيه، ده حاجات واقعيه، بما انه زول ده قاعد يقول she's bringing every problem at the same time, but this is the reality. That's the reason why we want the federal system to solve this kind of issue. المشكله بتاع الفيدرال سيستم بهليته مشاكل. اولا لانه من خصائص بتاع الفيدرال سيستم بيخد انه الدستور ده سلطه عليا. دستور لما نقول لك دستور سلطه عليا ده يعني شنو؟ بمعنى ده قانون you need to abide with it, whether it's a general زي ما قال دكتور فرانسيس، whether it's a general ولا it's منو، you need to abide with that law. ده حاجه مهم جدا، انت ما ممكن تجري منه. ده سبب من انه الحاجه بيميز النظام الفدرالي. الحاجه الثانيه اللي هو التوفير بيحل لنا مشكله قبل ذكروا الدكتور فرانسيس، المشكله بتاع قال قبليه انت بتحاربه كيف؟ عن طريق بتاع الفدرال سيستم، لانه انت تقدر تخلق هويه مشتركه في هذا البلد. لما تخلق هويه مشترك في هذا البلد بمعنى انت بتوفر العداله الاجتماعيه بين الناس. انت لما تساوي بين الناس ما في زول ثاني بيحس بانه قبيله الفلان ده عايش كويس، او ناس منطقه فلان عايش كويس، او ناس منطقه كده عايشين كويسين. هنا انت بتشوف انه حتى امريكا لما بدا النظام الفدرالي بتاعه بدا اولا ب 13 ولايه لحد ما وصل في 50 ولايه. ده نقطه مهمه احنا لازم نعرف. الحاجه ده بيمشي تدريجيا. if you don't start something, so where you gonna go? You will still remain there. You need to put one step forward so then you can go ahead. ده حاجه اللي احنا لازم احنا نفكر فيه. احنا تاني انه شنو ضروره وجود ارتباط عرقي. احنا ارتباط عرقي، احنا جنوبيين شاكلنا من 1955. احنا فكرنا في التفكير بتاع تكوين دوله بتاع جنوب السودان من سنه 47 امام الانجليز. معناه عندنا ارتباط تاريخي متوحد بانه احنا دايرين نكون شعب واحد. طيب ده برضه من السمات الكويسه الفدرال سيستم بورينا، بمعنى احنا حنركز على التاريخ بتاعنا، حنكتب عن حاجات بتاعنا الكويسه. ده في حاجه ذكرته اخذنا كايدي، انه موضوع بتاع اللغه ده برضه بيوفر، وده سبب اللي بيقول شنو devolution of the power and wealth. ده بمعنى هنا الباور بيرجع لادنى مستويات، وده بيخلي كل ولايه يكون لنفسه دستور محلي بيشبهه هناك. لو في ناس هناك هم متاخمين لشمال السودان ويتكلموا اللغه العربيه، عندهم الحق انه يستخدموا اللغه العربيه في المنطقه بتاعهم. ده ممكن لغتين او ثلاثه، يعني بارتباط انه هم في حدود بتاعهم هناك ويكتبوا الدستور اللي بيشبههم. كان هم مسلمين كتار هناك يكتبوا الدستور اللي بيشبه برضه منطقه او سكان بتاع المنطقه. ده حاجه برضه الفدرال سيستم بيعمل. ده حاجات عندنا مرتكزات بتاع الفدرال سيستم. ده بيتكلم دائما في توزيع السلطات ده، وكمان السلطات الثلاثه في الدوله. انا بكرر ثاني، السلطه التنفيذيه والتشريعيه. التنفيذيه ما بيجي اول، التشريعيه بيجي اول، لانه ده عاله يا جماعه. ده الدستور فيه كل اي حاجه هناك. بعد ذاك بيجي السلطه القضائيه، لانه السلطه القضائيه بيستمد قوته من الدستور او السلطه التشريعيه. بعد ذاك بيجي السلطه التنفيذيه. عشان كده بنقول شنو الدستور فوق الجميع. ما ممكن السلطه التنفيذيه زي اللي قاعد يحصل بتاع كير هناك ده لا نظام لا مركزي ولا اي نظام. ده نظام ديكتاتوري بحت، لانه هو بقى ياو دستور. هو حتى يعني بيقيل او بيطرد الناس اللي صوت لهم، يعني الناس اللي تم يعني الولاء تم التصويت لهم من قبل المواطنين، هو بيعمل لهم فايرنج. ده ما حق بتاعه، لانه ما دام احنا قلنا الدستور هو السلطه العليا، الدستور ده ساهم فيه الشعب جاب الدستور ده ساهم فيه بافكارهم كلهم، سواء كانوا دكاتره ولا مهندسين ولا حتى قانونيين او حتى هم رجال الدين، هم ساهموا في وضع هذا الدستور. بمعنى هنا ده قوه بتاع الشعب، يعني ده السوشيال كونتراكت بين الشعب ده، هم ياخذوا الدستور ده. بمعنى هنا الدستور ده لما الشعب يجي يصوت لاي برلماني او يجي يصوت حتى لاي والي رئيس، ما عنده حق ده في السلطه، ده في النظام الفدرالي، ما عنده حق انه تفاير دم. فعشان كده مهم جدا احنا وفي نقطه ثانيه اللي هو خلاص انت
نو لسه اتكلم. انا قاعد اتسلم على بيت كيادي هناك.
اوكي. يا وموضوع بتاع الثروات، انا داير نقول شنو في النظام الفدرالي لو في ولايه غنيه، هي الولايه الغنيه ده بيشيل في نسب معينه بودوه في وين؟ في السلطه المركزيه هناك عشان يساعد بقى الولايات الثانيه. خلينا نمشي لالمانيا فورستد، لما تجي برلين افقر كان شنو يعني نقول شنو ولايه عاصمه. هم عملوا شنو؟ عملوا صندوق دعم لشنو؟ لبرلين. ولايات الغنيه ده بيجيب حاجه في نسبه وخطوه هناك عشان يدعم بو كله شنو؟ بيدعم بو كل الولايات الفقيره. فكلام بتاع انه النظام الفدرالي بيساعد في انه حتى ينمي في الولايات اللي عندها انتاج، لكن في جنوب السودان
مولانا they call it equilibrium fund.
Yes,
equilibrium
exactly.
fund. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. فده بيساعد النظام الفدرالي، بيساعد لنا المشاكل ده كله يعني مشاكل كوربشن وحاجات كله يعني central of the power of wealth there will divide this here to the lowest level. يعني عندك جنوب السودان ما دولة فقيرة، ولايات بتاع جنوب السودان ما فقير. عنده تراب ذاته، ترابه ده ممكن يعمل منه اسمنت، هو ممكن يعمل منه الحجر بتاع البنى. عنده في النهاس تحت ده برضه ثروه. عنده زراعه ده برضه ثروه. عنده ثروات مواشي ده برضه ده ثروه. فجنوب السودان كله مع بعض كده ما في جهه منه يعني ما يعني فقيره. حتى في يعني مثلا نقول هنا في سنترال ايكواتوريا عندهم ذهب وعندهم موارد كثيره. حتى الجبال ده ما برضه ده شنو عندك في وسط ايكواتوريا، في ذهب وفي موارد وفي ارض وفي فواكه وبرضه في زراعه القطن. عندك في سنترال ايكواتوريا عندك في فريسن، عندك يا هو البن او القهوه، بعدين يا هو بيجي يطلع القهوه. عندك في ايسترن ايكواتوريا في موارد كثيره. عندك في ابا نايل عندك اويل وعندك سمك، ده كله ثروات بتاع بلد. انت بتشيله، بتستخدم المواطن لانه هو الثروه الحقيقيه اللي هو يا بينتج الحاجات ده. فانت بس ما عليك انت تستخدم عن طريق مؤسسات حقيقيه. شكرا اخوي دور، انا عارف انا جريت.
شكرا جزيلا. افتكر ده نقاش مهم. خلينا دي فرصه اخيره لمولانا ميان، وبعد ذاك بندي دقيقه ولا دقيقتين to give final speech and let us agree انه we need to come back again and also continue. في حاجات انا بوريكم له لانه في نقاط هنا لازم نصل لحل why we are doing this discussion. So we'll come back again on Monday. تفضل مولانا ميان. Take your 7 minutes.
I would like to agree with Dr. Francis. أنا بكون في minority. I hope ناس ما active قال ده دين كما دارد ناس powers بتعمل. You know, Kaidi has, in a very short period of time, explained the pros and cons of federalism. I would like to concentrate on the cons of federalism, maybe pros later on. This is a very extensive topic. Normally, one fact is that federalism has not been popular in Africa. Of the 54 states, there are only 3 federal states. Even though the same terkiba sukaniya في African countries, some African countries, most African countries have more tribes than South Sudan. There are countries with 200, there are countries with, like Tanzania has 200, DRC Congo has almost 250, Nigeria is, so, but they decided that federal system in some countries is a very expensive system. Of course, the agreement talks about the federal system, chapter 6. So we cannot say that we don't want it because it is already a fact. What we want is how to perfect this federal system because it is also a good system. It is never a bad system. Federalism can never be negative. But the main reasons for federalism in the world, the conditions for federalism is that the country is too vast. The central government cannot reach other places like India, Brazil, the US, and the rest. That is why you delegate certain responsibilities to regions that are far away. Or the country is too populated, that you cannot control them from the center. Brazil, almost 1 billion. Nigeria, 300,000. million, Ethiopia 100 and something million, India 1 billion something, China 1 billion something. So it's mostly populations are too large that you cannot control from the center. But if in Africa mostly, federalism is not taken from an economic point of view, but it is done in order to resolve tension between regions and tension between tribes, especially when there is bad governance and domination of one tribe in the center. The other ones would say, now we want autonomy. The autonomy could be local government, less expensive. If you have a good government in the center, I would prefer local government than federalism because you will not have parliaments, you will not have V8s in the states, you will not have a huge executive in the state, but you concentrate the funds to development, even at the state level, because you will have local administrators. You call them commissioners, or you call them presidents, like in Ethiopia. They're calling them presidents. Federalism would allow, of course, it will relieve the tension between the peripheries and the center, especially an aggressive center, and it will allow people to govern themselves, which is a good thing in and of itself. But my only thing that we talked about, Maulana Emmnuel was talking about keeping 98% in the state. He has a point in that the central government does not need the money. But I think that there are certain resources that are national resources, like mineral resources, should be national. And you later corrected this with the equilibrium funds.
It's actually called equalization.
Yeah,
equalization fund, yes.
Equalization fund. You know, it is through when we inherited this quasi-federal state, the 10 states were given grants from the central government through this equalization fund.
Equalization, yes.
Yeah, equalization funds, to create an equilibrium of economic development all over the country, instead of one region being more developed than the rest, which can create tension in itself. So one state can retain 10%, for example, instead of 3%. I think 3% is low. Then the rest could be given 5%, and the central government could retain 30%. That is going to be for defense, national defense, and for interstate roads, interstate bridges, because these are competencies of the central government, and they are also expensive. So these funds contribute to certain things that the central government can implement. At the end of the day, we are already a federal, not a fully fledged federal state, a quasi-federal state. The 10 states have governors, have commissioners, have parliaments, members of parliament, have executives, but they don't have the powers. One experience that I should just put it there.
Yeah. You remain with 1 minute. Yeah.
In 2010, I was acting legal advisor, and the speaker, Waniga, was in Germany, and the acting speaker, the deputy speaker, was Daniel Awed, and we were passing the Police Act, South Sudan Police Act 2010, and the quorum was not there because the Equatorial Caucus decided to call themselves and get away from the sitting because they did not agree with what the rest wanted to pass in this South Sudan Police Act. But the quorum was not there. As a legal advisor, I told General Awed that there is no quorum. But he accepted the vote without a quorum, and the law was passed, and the president signed the law into an act. So the South Sudan Police Act was not passed through a quorum in parliament. I'm a witness to that. But this is the kind of dictatorship that we have. And it is the thing that brings tension between regions. When Equatorians moved away from the sitting, you accept them. You bring them back, adjourn the sitting, and talk to them, because these are representatives of their constituencies. But if you deny people even the right to discuss these things, and you impose certain things on populations, then they will be agitated and call for fully fledged federalism. Federalism it becomes so much necessary when there is that tension in place. It is a vast topic. We will talk about political federalism. We'll talk about fiscal federalism later. If
شكرا مولانا ميان. Actually بقى تقريبا حاجة زي 10 دقائق. And I totally disagree في حاجات اللي قلته كتير هنا. لأنه the concept بتاعت federalism ذاته is related to devolution of power اللي هي التوزيع بتاعت السلطة للولايات وكده. So we will discuss this and نحن نناقشه في الشو آخر لأنه في نقاط مهمة نحن محتاجين نناقشه اللي أنت قلته هسه لأنه الidea ذاته بتاعت federalism we need to be clarified to ناس كتير عشان we need to agree في بعض الحاجات. أنا خلينا دي كل زول منكم just 1 minute. I will not go more than 1 minute. لكن أنا نعمل show يوم الاثنين. We will come and continue on the topic. then لازم نينا نصل لأنه الكلام اللي قاله ميان حتى إنه الفيدراليم بيطبقوه عشان نزاعات قبلية وده كله ما صح. We need to actually to come and make clarification. الحاجة الثانية دكتور فرانسيس شبكة بتاعك you need to fix النتورك الطريقة دخلت بها قبل لأنه it weaken my network هسه من قبل my network بصورة is related to your system الشبكة بتاعك. So we will see how we're going to fix it for the next show coming on Monday. Let me start with Maulana Emmnuel. Bagalena already 9 minutes. So كل زول أخذ دقيقة.
I will not take long, Baj Mahandit. Yeah. The discussion is interesting, and this is a discussion we need to have as the people of South Sudan. This discussion we're having should have happened in 2011 anyway. The discussion you know. Like in Al-Asaf, we had a government that is so much in a hurry, government that is wanted only to be the only party ruling through the SPLM, and the rest does not matter. These are issues of nation building. So I congratulate my colleagues who have been debating here, although we have points of divergences. Nevertheless, this is very constructive discussion, very healthy discussion, and will help toward reconstructing a new republic called South Sudan, where the rule of law reigns supreme, where our leaders are not only coming by accident, but leaders who are competent. You know, they will come through election, they will have to go through debate, you know, and people have to vote for them based on their ideas, not because they're tribal representation or where they come from. So I believe this discussion should continue, and hopefully we should meet on Monday and continue the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Kaidi?
Just thank you. The way you say my name usually makes me laugh, and I repeat it several times, and you keep on saying it. It's always Kaidi. The A is always comes before the I.
Yeah, Kaidi.
Yeah. So
don't worry. I'm sure. Don't worry. Continue.
This is a very fruitful discussion, and just to bring out the ideas, like we're talking about systems of governance, and all these systems, they are working in different countries, so they are not all bad, but sometimes the way we implement it is what is making it look bad. So if we, for example, say that we want federalism, it's not something that should happen after 1 year. We have to say maybe in the next 5 years, so that we have to put some things in place, and then we don't fall into crisis. And like Brother Ajawin was talking about the election of good leaders. The good leaders will come through elections. I hope we don't get somebody like Trump one day in South Sudan. That's no, it's not always true. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much again. I think that I think all of us, we agree that the SPLM was not a good standard political party. The leadership of Salva Kiir was not a good standard leadership, and therefore there is a lot of flaws there. So the injustice was there, and all these things, they could be corrected if the system actually, if the president was having good leadership. The issue of cattle should not be a problem. The issue of language also should not be a problem, something that can be solved. If it needs a law, also can be ratified. So these are minor things actually. So we need to remind ourselves that there is something called confounding. When you have a bad person, for example, even if the system, the central system was good, it may not work because he's bad. It's not the system. So we have somebody who is corrupt, and so we can't be able to know whether this central system or the institution, if somebody else was there, they would have worked or not actually, because actually we have something that is not the right one going to be in place. So basically, I think the discussion will continue, and it was a fruitful discussion. And I hope that we need this. My theory is that when you have one bad leader and you have 99 good leaders, the probability of the good leader to come is very high. So we need to train more leaders so that they don't come and one.
Thank you. We remain with 4 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Malish, sorry to cut you off because.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, the live video will cut off. Tereza.
First of all, I want to thank Brother Edward, and hopefully next week we're gonna come back and continue with this topic. It's quite important that we need to sit down and discuss. And thank you and good night.
Thank you. 10 seconds. Maulana Mayen.
I was saying federalism is a conflict resolution system to resolve either a civil war or tension that is regional or ethnic in nature. This is a fact. The second thing is that.
But Maulana, what about German United States? Was it a conflict resolution to have federalism in India?
Yes. It was even a civil war between the Confederate and the Federalists. Those of Paine and Alexander Hamilton, and they all wrote about this. These were the Federalists. The Confederate flag is now raised even in the southern states here in Mississippi and the rest. It is this. It's a conflict resolution mechanism. It is a good conflict resolution. I'm not criticizing it. I'm saying it can resolve our tension, regional tension in South Sudan. So it is a good system. That is in a nutshell.
Yeah.
The second thing we have
Maulana, we are running out of time. الآن داير أقوله للمشاهدين للمتحدثين. أنا أفتكر برضو مولانا ميان أثار نقاط أتمنى إنه برضو مولانا إمانويل كتبت تيد فرانسيس وكيادي وتريزا because on Monday we have to go over this. أنا برضو في حاجات أنا كتبت هنا برضو we will continue the discussion لأنه النقاط ده مهم إنه نحن نصليه. أنا دايركم أنا ما أعرف اليوم الاثنين كده let us agree لو قدرنا نجر الشو أنا ما شغال لكن لو قدرنا نجره كده عشان ناسنا في جنوب السودان والقاهرة ويجي بيشاهدوا. أنا ما أعرف رأيكم شنو. ممكن تعملوا unmute. Let us just for this 1 minute. Let us agree on time.
الجرة كم ساعة لكن. الجرة ده كم ساعة؟ صار الجرة ده.
no أنا قاعد أقول مثلاً يعني لو رجعنا أنا بزون بتاعين الساعة 2 ولا الساعة 3 زمن تريزا قاعد يبدأ به اللي هو الساعة كان الساعة 2 الساعة 3 بنيويورك. سو الناس بتاعجبوا بيكونوا صحيحين. أنا ما أعرف باقي تريزا فرانسيس وميان وكيادي.
Yes, okay.
We are in quarantine, so it's okay anytime.
That is very good. So نحن هنبدأ ساعة 2. خلينا نشكركم هنبدأ ساعة 2 we'll pause the إعلان again. We'll continue the topic. في ناس قبل بيقولوا طلبة عندهم مشاكل في مصر. مشاكل بتاعت مصر بتاعت الطلاب بتحل مع إذا مشكلة في الجنوب بتحل مشاكل بتاعت مصر بتحل. So that why we are discussing إنه أنا برضو لأنه في زول قبل قاعد يتكلم كثير هنا إنه تجينكم سياسة وكده لأنه زمن انتهى لكن المتحدثين برضو يوم الاثنين I will give you chance لأنه النازل هنا ما نقدر نعمل أي حاجة للشباب مصر
رأيه ذاتي السياسي السياسة معنا شنو يعني؟
Okay. Yeah.
Tell that person to watch me tomorrow. I'm going to discuss football.
Okay. Please tomorrow watch our sister Kaidi tomorrow. She's going to talk about football tomorrow. لا أنا داير أقول شنو خلينا أشكركم بس نجا ونشكر المتحدثين. أنا هنا إن شاء الله نتلاقى يوم الاثنين مشاهدين وبرضو المتحدثين from the beginning of show on Monday we'll talk. We will just give 7 minutes or 5 minutes. Each of you to talk about what's going on in Egypt. Inshallah. Shukran. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. خلينا نشكر المشاهدين. أنا ما أعرف what's going on. شبكة الليلة ده فيه مشكلة عديل كده.